My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. 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 This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. 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 Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my...
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. How are we all today? I hope you're all doing well. And of course, the lovely Mama Bear. Good morning to you, and thank you for joining me today.
Of course.
No work today?
No, I work today. Not till 5.
Oh, okay. So, at least we got to get you this morning. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very awesome. Grateful to have you here. Thank you for being here. And thank you all for being here, guys. And please make sure that you guys jump on over there real quick, if you don't mind, and click that like button, subscribe, and notification bell on Mama Bear's link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Please show some love to her if you would. Appreciate you all so very much. Who else do we got right now? Let's see, Miss Meg, welcome back. The megastars in the house. Carrie Perjula, welcome to you. Michael Green, welcome back. Did you yell back at me? That's good. Good. Yell at me. Scream at me. Wake yourselves up. It's the best way to do it. Of course, with the most amazing thing that God ever gave us on this planet, coffee, that helps too. So, Bemmy Rose, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you. Moonlit Baby, great to have you here. The mega stars in the house with us today. I appreciate you, Meg. Thank you. And thank you for looking for that last night. I don't think anybody's having luck for that with that. I don't think we're allowed to get them yet. So, Mama Bear looked, SRB looked, Tomboy looked, I looked. It's not happening. So, I think that special people got them because they're special. Like Frodo himself, Brian Enton. God, I can't. I remember when I used to like that guy. It's crazy. Michael Green, Trish Crow, welcome back. Brandy BR, OG in the house. Welcome to all of you so far. Good to see you all. Kaylee's in the house from over the pond. Good to see you, Kaylee. Rowena, welcome back, Rowena. Oh, well, I mean, if you want that, it's a little later for you there, Kaylee. You can most definitely have it. You're a grown adult, so sure, enjoy it. Let me see. Show. Sorry to hear that, Bemmy. That sucks. I've been there, done that. Yes, sir, Michael. Michael, that's a little too strong for me. Miss Christina, hello and welcome back. Come on in, guys. Hit that like button. Please make sure you do if you can. And share this out. Let everybody know what we doing here for the morning show today. We're looking into a little bit of everything like we do. Interesting stories to talk about. Of course, some updates on what's going on with the Jack&Lilly situation. Jayden Spicer. And we do have another update. I didn't realize. Thank God to Mama Bear. She finds these things like you wouldn't believe. We talked about it. Do you remember how long ago that was? We talked about the possibility of there possibly being a serial killer in New England.
6 months or so ago.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Well, there's an update for sure. So we're going to go back to that again. Mark Schumann, good to see you today. And whatever else.
Put something in there about Jamal Warner, too.
Yes, that too. Sadly, we lost Theo from The Cosby Show and many other things. He was a producer, director, very talented actor that we all grew up with. We lost him not too long ago. And there's a little bit of an update before he passed in there we're going to look at real quick. And whatever else we get our happy little butts into. Let's see. Good to see you, Mark. Thank you for joining us. Oh, gotcha, Kaylee. That stuff sucks. But it's all going to be worth it in the end. Remember that. Remember that. Keep remembering that. It's all worth it in the end. When you're all said and done with it all, you'll remember why you did it.
If it was easy, Kaylee, it wouldn't be worth it.
That is bingo. I love that. My grandmother used to say that. If it was easy, it wouldn't be worth the time it takes to do it. That's funny. You said that to me. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Now wait just a few minutes before we get moving to make sure we got everybody in so we don't have to start again. How is your day going so far, Bear?
So far, so good.
Good. How did your day go yesterday?
It was pretty good. I got a bunch of stuff done around the house and then went to work, and it wasn't busy, but it wasn't dead, so that was nice.
Yeah, because with what you do, if it's dead, that gets really boring and slow.
Yeah, because then I have to do my training on the computer, and that's not fun either.
You're still doing that stuff? My God.
Oh, yeah.
Never ending. I hate that stuff. We used to have to do those all the time, in-service updates and stuff, and first responder EMS updates and retrains and all sorts of stuff. And I'm telling you right now, no, it is so not fun. Many a times I was, especially the computer stuff, that is so draining and boring. Because I had to retake all of these, they're called in-services, but we had to do these new testings all the time. And it was back when computers were not as updated as they are and not as fast as they are. So for everything to load, it kind of reminds you of the screaming AOL online service with that dial-up shit. It was crazy. Hey, Stuart, good to see you. And I'd be sitting there doing this stuff, watching these things. And this is how you apply a force. What the hell? Jesus, I can't remember some of these things. It was... type bandaging. The one thing was the slowest and most boring thing was certain field bandaging and field wound bandaging and things like that, and dealing with this kind of stuff. And it's like, oh my God, let me just do it. Okay.
Right.
Let me do it. I can't watch this shit. I'm not that, you know how I am. I'm a hands-on person. I can't watch something.
Yeah.
It was nuts. It was crazy. And I was like, can we play, like, practice on a dummy or something? Like, this is
Right.
not.
And to be honest, a lot of them I've just kind of gone through and just done them.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to remember what I read anyway.
Right.
Until I actually do it. And who knows when that might be. So.
Right. And I'll tell you another one that sucked was the medication. Oh God. All the different medications and stuff we had to learn, and what they were for, and when you use them, and what not to do, and what not to cross. Oh, for God's sakes, no.
Brand and generic.
Yes.
Brand name, generic name.
I remember this. This was my position through most of this, with my finger like this going next.
Yeah.
Next. I had to memorize these things and notate these things. And then when we get in the field, they always would stick you, especially when you were in your early stuff like EMT or advanced EMT before you hit paramedic. They're like, they got a paramedic out there that's basically shoving their whole body up your ass to make sure you know what you're doing. And, you know, it's so what do you do for this? And what do you do for that? It's like, I don't know. I watched the stupid computer and fell asleep, you know? I said, I told them I have to be out here doing this stuff. And he's like, yeah, I know. I get it. Same way. A lot of people are like that, I guess. You don't get it until you do it. So you can tell me 500 times how to do a field strip and then the butterfly on a wound. Until I do it, it doesn't make sense to me. So.
Right. And that's like the pharmacist told me last night, because I had an insurance that I hadn't entered before. And I was like, I don't know how to enter this. And she's like, well, this one's kind of hard because it's more of just time you memorize and learn, you know, the different things. It's not just in there. I was like, oh, that's lovely.
Wow. See, that's crazy.
Yep.
Another one, you guys. Hey, Eddie's in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, brother. Love having Eddie's here for everything, guys. Everything. That I respect. I appreciate you, buddy. I do. When we had to do all of our biohazard placards, and I had to do, because I became part of the hazmat team, Trumbull County hazmat team as well, and to learn all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. I still don't know it all. The placards, I got down to a point where all the placards that they have, like on semis that transport and stuff like that, I could get those down, but everything else, no. There was so much of it, and there's still, and it changes every day. All the chemical compounds and the breakdowns and all that kind of stuff, and protocol for this and that, and it's nuts. We had a standard, it's an SOP book. It's called actually we had 4 of them: Standard A Operating Procedures and Protocol. They're like binders that have these leaflet things that are slid into plastic sleeves inside of them, or laminated, right? Each book is this thick. You can't even, like, it doesn't even close. It, like the top of it sits like this because it's so full. And it's front and back, every page. There was probably 300 pages per book.
Did you say it was the SOPs?
Yeah, standard operating procedure stuff for what you do in protocols in different circumstances for hazmat situations. Just chemical fires and chemical issues and all sorts of insane stuff. I don't know 90% of it, and I did this shit for years. And there's many other firefighters out there and first responders that don't know a lot of it either, because they add things and take things away and change things, and they expect everybody to keep up with it. It's insane. It is. Good morning, Brady.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I did not say hi.
Probably because I would not stop talking. Beach Babe, good to see you. My kid's bus had to grab my kid from a scene of an, oh wow, that's wild. Beach Babe's in the house, and be able to recognize someone going into shock. Oh yeah, a lot of people don't understand what that is. A lot of people don't get it. People seem like they're fine, but knowing that they're probably in shock is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
There she is, Cat Lady. Good to see you from all the way up north above us. Appreciate you as always. Swear this lady's so awesome. She's always here with us anytime she can be. And we love you, dear. We do. Yes, good to see you too, buddy. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff, guys. I could probably sit and do an entire show and talk about my experiences. And as a first responder, I mean, there'd be a hell of a lot of trigger warnings, but it's interesting. It is a lot of interesting stories and some very bad ones too.
Yeah.
But there's some good stuff. It's not made for everybody, Trish. It's really not. Caden said he was thinking about doing it, and I said, I don't think you should, bud. That was your phone?
Yeah.
That was loud.
That's right here beside the mic.
Mm.
Aaron intensifies. So it was like a weather thingy.
Yeah.
Aaron's not even close to me, so I'm not worried about it.
Good. No, I said that too, Trish, and I could some of it, but when it came like to little ones, children and stuff, nobody's ready for that. It doesn't go away either. That was the hard part. That's one of the things that gave me PTSD, and one of the main reasons, other than me hurting myself, that I was okay getting out of it. Just finished watching late night. Thank you so very much. It is what it is. I appreciate it though. It was just a let's hang out type thing. Saw some very disturbing stuff last night. I hope they get caught too. As we saw last night, guys, somebody put out photographs of Brian in his cell. It's got to be somebody that works there leaking it out just to get somebody probably threw him a couple $1,000s and said, "Ooh, give me pictures," and they did it. And that's nuts to me. Like, leave this kid alone. You know, I think there's enough going on. And then I was trying to find
I don't know. I think it's kind of good for people to see him in that atmosphere and see that he's not any different there than he was in court.
Well, maybe that's a good point. And they also were trying to tell everybody the bullshit. Oh, he's in a dark dungeon, crouched in the corner, and this and that, everything else. And he's not. He's in a very large cell that's lit brightly, has all the room in the world to do what he's got to do. He's not crouched down. He's standing there walking around in the video and the photos. I mean, so that's good. That's a good point that it doesn't show him in a different light. You're right. He doesn't look like a crazy psycho person.
Yeah.
He looks like Brian Koberger, period. The same person.
Yeah.
He's not in there laughing, smiling, being Hannibal Lecter, nothing like that they've tried to make him to be, you know.
Right.
But that's what they're doing. Yes, they will, Moonlight. You're right. Guilters will have a huge fit about it, I'm sure. That's too much for him. He doesn't deserve that. It's so ridiculous, the things people have been saying and doing. I mean, what I said last night is I'd be real interested to see how all these jackasses out here they're the disgustingly unprofessional reporters that have been saying and doing the things they've been doing about this, how they're going to react if and when it were to be put out there and he's proven 100% innocent on this and shown that he didn't have nothing to do with this. I want to see, because I said it last night, I promise you none of these people will put an apology out towards him. Nobody will. We would over here, possibly anybody that did, but yeah, it'll never happen, and they will look like the fools that they are, in my opinion. So
it's not a hospital bed. The prison beds are they're a metal cot, and it's probably just the way he has it made or something that it looks like a hospital bed.
Yeah, it's just that's all it is a metal frame with one like it's all one piece with the springs on there, and then they just throw a bedroll on top of it with the blanket. That's it.
Someone said looks like he's in the medical ward, which he could be as well. They got to do the testing and all that.
He could be. That is true. He could be. And he's also going to be on suicide watch for a period of time too. When you first go in, that's a standardized thing.
Yeah.
Let me see something here. I guess it could be a medical unit. That could explain why it's so large, because a lot of
Mhm.
the cells aren't really that large.
Yeah. That would actually make a lot more sense.
Right. I would be, because I was kind of shocked when I saw how large that room was. But it also has, now I don't know, like the prison here that my mother worked in, they had their units were like, oh, what do you call it? Hang on here. Let me put something up here real fast. Let's see if this makes a difference. Okay, so for instance, here, let me show you guys something real quick. Uh, like a normal cell is like right. See where my cursor is here?
Mm-hmm.
Come straight across. It stops there. That's a normal cell. You have your bunk, your toilet in the corner, and that's that. You know.
You know what? I bet that's when he first arrived because he's got his Crocs. He still has on regular tennis shoes and jeans. He's got the brown bag there to put his clothes in.
Yeah, slides are over here, and those are probably the shoes. Right.
Yeah,
That could
his
be. That could
orange
be.
uniform because he's not going to be wearing.
But it also looks like he's got like the MP3 player right here, and I don't know. That looked like a TV remote. I don't know what that is.
But I bet that's when he first arrived, and he was at the medical unit and had his.
You know what though, Bear? That is a hospital bed. Now that I'm seeing it, look,
Yeah.
there's a rail right there. See
Yeah.
it?
Mm-hmm.
Wheels on the bottom. So maybe that is a med unit then. Maybe because of certain his issues that he has, maybe they had to put him in there to do, like you said, the diagnostic and all that stuff on him to make sure that get him on whatever meds he's supposed to be on and all that
Right.
kind of stuff. Right.
They gotta get him his uniform, and
Mm-hmm.
they do there's a whole thing. Yeah.
Right. It's odd that they would put him in, if those are plain clothes, rather than keeping him in a uni. That's weird.
Unless it's what he was arrested in,
Yep, that could be it too.
they would have him change into that.
To leave their
and then-
uniform there,
yeah.
right? That makes sense. Definitely.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. But he doesn't look all distraught and upset and freaked out like everybody's saying. And
It could. I don't think it's a remote for a TV. It might be a remote maybe for the
Bed.
bed.
yeah, that would make sense too. Now that I saw that handrail over there, that's definitely a hospital bed with the wheels.
Yeah.
Didn't see that
I
last.
hadn't looked at it in detail. I was just like, okay, yeah.
Right. So there he is, folks. I mean, like I said, it's not.
Okay, Loki said that they think it's medical clothes because they're different.
Maybe they could be, yeah. Because I think each cell block you're in or whatever unit you're in, you have to have a different color or different markings on you. So that could be. That definitely could be. Like I was going to say, my mother, you know, they had when they had like cells in the med unit, separate cells. It's not one big room. It's different cells, but there's like the nurse and whatever medical people are back in that unit itself,
Yeah.
and they in separate cells. So being that he's in PC anyway, he would have to be kept separate anyhow.
Yeah, and you know, every prison's probably different. The one and only one that I was in that I wasn't in myself, obviously.
Right. Yes,
I
I
was
know.
visiting someone. Let me put it that way.
Right.
Don't want rumors go around I was in prison.
Right.
All of the prisoners were in the same color, but each cell block was a different color. And I don't know if maybe they had a different colored band, like the hospital bands, but a band on their wrist with their information on it.
Well, once they're put through, that was the other thing, is they have like bracelets they have to wear. If you have medical issues, you have one on for that. You also have one for your inmate number and something else, and your actual what wing or cell you come from.
Mhm.
Sorry, things like that. So that would make some sense. But like I said, we're in different in Ohio than they are in Idaho, I'm sure,
Right.
and same with
Yeah.
Indiana. Sorry, Michigan. Lord,
That's where Alicia's at, not me.
yes, that's Alicia. We're all close, but not the same place. Not the same place. All right, guys. Looks like we have 34. No, we did 27 peeps. 26 likes. We're getting up there. Good stuff. Moonlight, good to see you. Low key, welcome. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. I don't think so. Yeah, that's the reporters. They're really getting to me now.
Mhm.
How disrespectful and ignorant they are with the things that they say and put out there about people, like anybody. Maybe we feel a little bit more bothered by it because of what we think about the case, but still, as a human being, maybe I would feel different. Like, because if this was Stephen Stearns, I have to be honest with you,
Yeah.
I I could care less. You know what I mean? So I guess
Mhm.
I get that, but maybe that's how people are looking at him too. Sadly, so like I said, if and when it all comes out, like I said, if there's somehow Brian Koberger committed these crimes and they can show us, okay, I'm on board. But I don't see that ever happening because they couldn't do it up to now. So why could they do it after the fact? Um, but if and when it all comes out and it's proven that Brian didn't do this, the whole world's gonna owe this kid a big apology, in my opinion.
It just drives, I guess what drives me crazy is the minimal petty things that they're going after. He turned his Wi-Fi off 2 times. Okay, and I guess I'm a murderer too, because I turn mine off frequently.
That's like what we said before. Just the things he looked up on his Google search. Are you kidding me? If
Right.
that's the case, look at all of ours. Seriously, come on now. I agree, Moonlight. We'll never see it. I agree. It's nuts. Like, stop being so immature about this. We're supposed to be adults in here. He's in prison, okay? He was convicted of a crime and this happens all the time. People keep saying nobody would ever admit to guilt that didn't do it. Yes, they would. They do all the time.
Yes, Eddie, I totally agree with you. That's yes. When I hear that stuff, that's what I hear too.
I know. I know. When Mama Bear covered the death penalty segment that she did, okay, we looked at it and looked into the various amounts of people, for one, that are sitting on death row that are innocent, okay, that's been proven. People that have been released from death row that are innocent. The amount of people that admit to guilt that were innocent because they're either cornered into it, they're tricked into it, the investigation was so botched and screwed up, which happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They were thrown into it. I mean, it happens. People admit to guilt all the time out of fear, out of, like, having no other choice, being backed into a corner, which is what I feel happened here. I feel like that he got cornered on this based on, fear per se. There were threats going out to his family, to him, to his defense team, to court staff, to everybody. So if my mother came to me and told me, hey, we got a letter in the mail and this, if your son doesn't get found guilty of it, you're going to be joining him and blah, 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 things like that. I would probably do the same thing for my mother and father, to be
Right.
honest with you. I would, I would take that for my parents. I'm not going to, and that's just what people don't seem to get. Like, nobody understands what a child would do for their parents and vice versa in some senses. Okay. And I just, like Willie keeps saying, he's not that guy, I see that. I don't get any kind. I said this last night, with Bundy and Dahmer and Ramirez and all these people. You could look at them even from an early age in certain photographs and stuff and say there's something not right with that person. Okay,
Right.
it's off. And looking at him, I've never ever had a vibe from him ever. People, oh, he's got the death look in his eyes and he stares at. So what? He's autistic for one.
Mm-hmm.
For two, he's sitting here convicted or accused of a quadruple homicide. How would you look? How would you feel? What would you think? Think about that. So I'm not going to judge him based on his eyes. His eyes are dead. No, they're not. If that's the case, then Amanda is a serial killer too. His
Mm-hmm.
sister, she has the same eyes and the same look when she was sitting in the courtroom with her mother. No, that's not enough for me. It just isn't. And everything they've tried to put on him from his past is such ridiculous bullshit. I'm sorry. It just is. So it doesn't make any sense. None of it does. And once again,
We're down to 9 days. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, 9 days. And I hope that something's going to happen. I do. I can't imagine this kid spending his entire life in prison for doing nothing. Because I truly feel like that's what this is, Bear. I don't feel like there's people out there saying, well, he had to have something to do with it. He had to have no, he didn't. No, I truly, and the more, that's why I need those documents so bad from ISP.
Mm-hmm.
Even last night when Frodo read what he read, he handpicked specific ones, the ones that make Brian look bad, of course, and any complaints that were put out against him. There's one that came out, for instance, that was so ridiculous to me, that were co-workers of his that said he would just stand at the desk and stare at them. No, he didn't. Shut up. Just stop. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I said last night that these people would have never made these statements like this if he hadn't been accused of what he did. I promise you, because nobody, all of these things, all these negative things people have come out and said about him that would have never been stated if this would have never been what he was accused of, in my opinion. That's how people are, Oh, I remember him. He was so crazy and weird, but you didn't say that about him before. Why?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Welcome, Julia Rose.
Here, I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. Because we know he had a history of depression. I'm sure this case has killed him and stuff. Probably. Knowing what everybody is looking at him, thinking and feeling, and knowing that he is very close to his mother. And well, actually, their whole family was kind of close from my understanding. So knowing that won't be anymore. Okay. Think about how that would make you feel, that this is what his life is going to be, and that he will be harassed, and there is a target on him, no matter what anybody says. And all of these things, that's what he's got to think about. And when you already have chronic depression, just saying. I don't think it will. I mean, wait a minute. What do you mean, Meg? You don't think it'll happen? I have doubts too. Don't feel bad. I have doubts too. Miss Potts, there she is, the lovely lady herself. Thank you for joining us. I've been looking for you, actually. Explain something to me, because I know you were looking into this, Annie. How did Brian Enton get those reports? Because I went everywhere I could this morning, and I had other people looking too, and they're all from ISP. How do you get those? Or are they not released to the public at this point? That's how I see it, Eddie. PRR. What is PRR? Hey, SRB. Beach Babe. Karma Police. Oh, you don't think he'll file? A lot of people are saying that, Meg, and I can respect that. Kiki can. Hello. I think he's in a med unit, is what it looks like to me, you guys, because there's wheels on the bed and it's got handrails on it like a hospital bed. So I believe it. So, oh, public records request. I'm sorry, Annie. A couple weeks ago, the ISP has told 30. Aha. Okay. That makes sense. Well, I put a call into the records department there, and I'm waiting to hear back to see if I get any different information than anybody else did, and we'll see. He said he got 600. He got 600 documents he got back from them, or reports. He went over like 3, and of course, he pulled all the complaints about Brian. But again, we heard, what was it, Eddie, number 8, a completely different story he read about what Dylan said last night. Now they threw in the fact that that whole statement that was made about "I'm here to help you." This time it says "I'm here to help you, Kaylee." That's brand new. Never heard that before. There was never a name attached to it. That's convenient to me. Public relations request. Public records request, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Meg. But you're probably right. It probably won't happen. I put in 2 PR for ISP, 1 for the lab, 1 for the case. Gotcha. I may need to do that too then the right way. If you can, Nanny, if you wouldn't mind, send me an email or something with the link to the exact spot to go do that at, because I want to do that. I'm not real good at that stuff. I'm learning all this is new for me. So if you don't mind, if you have the ability to send me a link or something in an email or whatever to go to get that stuff. Yeah. She heard Kaylee scream. That was new. Yes. And you know what? I hate to say this, folks, but I watched something the other day. Oh, that's awesome, Annie. That is awesome. You're such a sweetheart. Very sweet and very appreciated. Very appreciated. I don't know what we do in this community without you. That's a fact. Pav put out a video and made me start thinking about something, okay? That is amazing. You're such an amazing person, and I appreciate you doing that. And please let us know if it costs anything, because I think if you're getting it done like that, if it does cost money, I think we could all pull together and probably do something to help you out with that. At least I will definitely try to, because that's an amazing thing. Very sweet of you. Oh, my granddaughter. What the hell was I gonna say? Yeah, it definitely made me think, because he makes that point about the flash and the firecracker sound downstairs, and he talks about the possibility of Kaylee being downstairs in her office room, and then yelling at that one point, screaming, and then yelling at the point there's someone in the house, and running upstairs, where we hear somebody ran up and down the stairs a couple of times, all the way up to the top and then back down. And some of what he said in that aspect really got me thinking, like, wow, what if Kaylee was on the first floor? You know what I'm saying? Initially, and this all started off that way. That was like, I just was like, oh my God, my mind just opened wide. Well, I know you don't expect it, because that's who you are, but I'm going to do anything I can do to help you if that's the cost, if that's the case, Annie. Whatever it is, I'm going to put in what I can to help, for sure. That's a good point, Christina. But yeah, it made me wonder about that whole first floor thing. If she was down there at that point in her office, maybe on a computer doing something, and somebody come through that downstairs floor, the pop, the flash, whatever that was, if it was a gun or something, that's freaked her out. She screams. Somebody's in the house and runs upstairs. That made me open up my eyes and go, wow, wait a minute. It does. It definitely does, you guys. 100%. I might do a show later, and I've been reviewing some of his stuff lately. It's opened my mind a lot more than what it was to this certain other things that I would never have thought about until he brought it to my attention. I got to give him that much for sure. Yeah, right. Everybody's brains are scrambled eggs with this stuff. So, all right, guys, we got 44 of you guys in here. Please make sure to hit that like button, please, and thank you. Let me get some of this stuff done that I was going to do. I heard a rumor that the Nova Scotia children that are missing, the Jack and Lily Sullivan case, has moved into a criminal investigation now. Is it true? I don't know. I looked up on the RCMP website. I can't find it. So I don't know that it's true. Also, you back, Mama Bear? Or are you still not here? She's not here yet. Okay. All right, let's see here. Hopefully this is going to work. If I can get it to load. Right, Beach Babe. It does make some sense. He was talking about the stock of the gun being something that she could have been hit with, and it would have left the lines and things like that. So yeah, any of that stuff does make a lot of sense. It really does now. All right, load up here. So I'm going to go with this first. We'll start off here today. Thank you again for all of you joining me. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so much. Lily and Jack Sullivan, the grandmother, calls for an inquiry into missing children. It says the grandmother of Lily Sullivan, Jack Sullivan, 2 children have been missing from Nova Scotia since May 2nd, called for a public inquiry into their disappearance. Belinda Gray, who is the children's paternal grandmother, said that she believed warning signs may have been missed in an interview with the Globe and Mail. Gray said that she is seeking more information about how the government responded to concerns about the children's home life and how the Royal Canadian RCMP handled the early stages of its investigation. She said, I think the public has the right to know. Agreed. RCMP Staff Sergeant Rob McCammon, the acting officer in charge of major crime and behavioral sciences, said officials began investigating the case on May 2nd when Lily and Jack were reported missing. This is a very active, intensive investigation led by a dedicated team of investigators in the Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit with assistance of agencies from across Canada, McCammon said in a statement sent to Newsweek. We're continuing to engage every resource available to help locate Lily and Jack and determine the circumstances of their disappearance. And I have, no disrespect and no offense to anybody from Canada, to your police force, RCMP, but I have a lot of issues. I don't understand how there's nothing that they have. And if they do have it, then they are just holding it very close to their vest for whatever reason. I understand that you don't want to break the integrity of the case. But damn, it's been 3+ months at this point, and there's nothing. I just don't get that. Although we did see the same scenario with Sebastian Rogers' situation and Summer Wells. So, I guess it is what it is. Nova Scotia RCMP said that the public has submitted over 700 tips, which are continually evaluated and prioritized. A child protection worker visited the children's home in the months before their disappearance. The Globe and Mail reported that the visit came after concerns were raised by someone at the children's school, according to the outlet. The findings of the investigation are shielded by privacy laws. I'd like to know what the school has stated. Was it just some bruises that they saw on Jack? Are there other things? Is there anything concerning Lily? I would like to know, Gray told the Globe and Mail. Now, we've been told that these kids both have had black eyes at different times. That's a problem. Children that small, that young, should not be walking around with black eyes. I'm sorry. Kids have accidents. They get bumps on their head. They get bruises, but more than once to have black eyes, come on. There's something that needs to be looked into. Jack appeared to have a black eye in the photos taken last year. According to the outlet, the children's stepfather, Daniel Martell, said on social media that one of the injuries was caused by Lily, according to the outlet. See, that's a problem, in my opinion. When you have children like beating up each other, that means that the parents need to be stepping in and stopping that kind of stuff. Scott Armstrong, the minister responsible for child protection in Nova Scotia, said that he has reviewed the children's file, according to Globe and Mail. The situation continues to weigh heavily on the minds of all Nova Scotians, particularly those in Pictou County. We are looking forward to a resolution for this family and community, Carly Smith, a spokesperson in his office, told the outlet. What people are saying is that a tremendous amount of careful and deliberate investigative work is going in relation to the disappearance of Lily and Jack. Belinda Gray, again, this is the paternal grandmother, the biological paternal grandmother, told the Globe and Mail just what did CPS do? What part were they investigating, and what were their concerns, and what were they doing? They might even have answers for the investigation on what happened to them or why it might have happened to them. Nova Scotia RCMP said it is committed to exploring every opportunity to advance this missing persons investigation. Anyone with specific information on the whereabouts of Lily and Jack Sullivan is asked to contact the Northeast Nova Scotia RCMP Major Crime Unit at 902-896-5060. Tips can also be submitted anonymously to the Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. And I hope that something comes out of this one soon, guys, because it's just, this is sad. It should not be this long, you know. None of these cases with these kids. What is it today? 15th. That's what the Globe and Mail put out. Okay, they did. Here we go. Why has CPS been involved in these? Right. And if that's the case, hey, Witchy, good to see you. If that's the case, Stitches, then there should have been documentation for sure. SRBBB, hello. Documentation to that. Like, it should have been looked into by law enforcement when they went missing immediately. And I'm sure it more than likely could have been. So it says that a picture emerges of missing children's lives, but not their fate. Months later, there are still few answers about what happened to Jack and Lily Sullivan of Nova Scotia, but trauma and stigma have left their families and communities farther apart. And they're so little and so adorable. Look how adorable they are. They're so sweet. So let me get to the point where it explains. I went on a map and started looking around at different things and found multiple mine shafts. And they did say, because I didn't know if they had, looked through those, but they did say they searched those and they found nothing. I think we covered this article the other day. So it's saying, this is the part that I was centering in on at this point. Okay, it says that life for Jack and Lily inside the cluttered trailer in Lansdowne was chaotic. There were holes in the floor of the front stoop, tarps to protect the underside of the trailer, which that's normal, from the elements, and so much racket from the lively children that their step-grandmother soon retreated to a camper in the driveway. And she said that in an interview at some point, that they were so loud and obnoxious at times that she couldn't handle sleeping in the house and things like that. So she moved out to that RV. Well, they're kids and they're both very young. So if you can't handle kids, then you probably shouldn't be around them. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's just, I don't know. I have issues with that woman. There's something about her that Janie, Daniel's mother, that put me off a little bit. It could be me just breeding into it, but there was something about her I wasn't comfortable with. I'll be honest with you. Not saying she did something to them, but she just comes off as a like a mean person. Maybe, I don't know.
Overbearing mother-in-law.
Yeah, could be. Very much could be, yes. So much racket from the lively children right there that the step-grandmother soon retreated to the camper. Their stepfather, Daniel Martell, 34, pale eyes and ropey arms. I never did understand that. Ropey arms, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Worked at the local hardwood mill, and Mother Malaya Brooks, a member of Sipacanicati, I can never say it. Where are you at, Trish? However you say that. First Nation, with in-length dark hair, stayed home with the baby Meadow. And there's a large wood stove that filled up most of the living room. Kids' artwork was all over the house, so on and so forth. So we read all this stuff the other day. But they're painting a picture of the situation here, okay? That there were things going on in the background and had been going on for a while. And again, First Nation, that's the best way to say it, right? Again, I'm going to tell you that I don't trust either one of these two people. I don't. We said this before. In the beginning, I had a bit of trust for Daniel because the way he came forward and seemed so genuine. Then I had to step back and go, well, there could be a reason for that too, okay? Because people do that. When you're trying to keep something quiet or cover something up, you make it look the best way you possibly can in some senses. That's my opinion, of course. So we know all the whole story with this, guys, and the picture it's painting is that there were issues. That this is Daniel here. This is Malaya's father, Henry. There were issues that CPS was called in more than once. Okay, supposedly there was now Malaya stating that Daniel had a drug issue that he hid for a couple years. I don't know what to believe with this case, guys. I don't know what to believe, who to believe, other than law enforcement. The timeline bothers me too. What did I just do? Hold on. Of course. Sorry. So, where did the timeline thing go? Yeah, and there's stories that have changed. There's things that have been like lied about per se. When a police officer asked Daniel about this infamous pink blanket, he said that it wasn't Lily's at first, but then he changed his story. Well, why? Like, if you have, here's my thing with any of these cases. If you have nothing to hide, you had nothing, no involvement, you had nothing, right? Just be honest about it. You know, I don't care about your drug issues. I don't care about whatever. If you're worried about covering that up to hide that, who cares? The kids are what's important. Mm-hmm. So be honest right out of the gate, and people won't look at you that way. I don't know. I don't know what to think. That's the property there. I mean, this would have been a dream for me when I was a kid. I'd have been playing all through this.
Right.
But it's probably not safe in some senses, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What did Cat Lady say here? They held the biodata. Yeah, they did. They did.
Jeez.
Long time. They held Daniel for multiple hours too, I understood, but all right, let me get down to another point here. I guess at one point Belinda said when Malaya called her, she said, and they hadn't spoken in a long time, Malaya called her and said the kids are missing. Why would you call her? You haven't spoken to her for years. Why would you make that call to her? Like, I don't know. It's just weird to me that she did. And Belinda said she told Malaya, you're the mom. You know these kids better than anybody. So where do you feel that they would go? What would take their interest? What direction? All that. She had no idea. And that goes back to something Daniel had said that made me wonder. He made a statement more than once that Malaya did nothing with these kids. Nothing. That he was the one that would put them to bed, get them up, go outside with them, feed them, do this, that, and everything else. She did nothing except take care of the baby, which understood, but you have two other kids too.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. How does she not know?
Right. You should know. So all of this stuff we went through, like I said, and they basically, the picture, like I said, that they've painted is that the kids were neglected in essence, okay, and in some senses abused. like I said, black eyes and things like that. I don't know. I don't know. There's signs going up now. This was from, I think the Global News put this out. It's the newest thing. There's nothing new from RCMP still. Intensive investigative work is ongoing in relation to the disappearance. This is the only thing RCMP put out. The tips that I just explained to you, over 700 evaluated, prioritized, so on and so forth. So there is all that. Hang on. I don't know what I did there too either. There we go. Let me see if this plays. Oh, this might be just one of those things, but there's missing signs people are putting in their yard now. So it's going on 4 months now. This was from 15 hours ago. Global News said intensive investigative work, like we said. Multiple agencies. Is not the first time the remote area has seen national spotlight shown upon it. We've had this in the past. Different disaster, West Trade disaster. I remember that. Everyone descended on us, so on and so forth. Let me see down on here. Oh, Kent's in the news. Look at that. There's our buddy Kent. Kent Corbett's family has lived in Pickup County for generations. As the search for the missing siblings continued, he felt he had to do something to keep the Sullivan story atop people's minds. I approached Advocate Printing and I said we wanted a deal. Oh, that's right. He was talking about that when he was up here the other day. I'm making some election style signs. So we went from there, Corbett explained. Over the last week, he and a group of like-minded folks have been taking sign orders with the proceeds from each sale going towards search and rescue. That's awesome, Kent. Good stuff. Family members of Lily and Jack have ordered signs for their lawns as well. More people that are thinking about these kids every day will be a greater chance that we'll be able to bring them home, Corbett said. Lily and Jack Sullivan's parents reported them missing on the 2nd, with initial reports indicating they walked away from their home in the morning, which I do not believe they walked into the woods. So, RCMP has claimed that they received over 5,000 video files that they received by canvassing Lansdowne Station and surrounding areas. Police confirmed they had video evidence showed children with their family, and that was the Thursday afternoon. Was the last time. Which part don't you believe, SRB?
That they went in the woods.
No, they didn't. They didn't at all. Kent even said that when he was here the other day. I asked him, one of the first things I asked him, he goes, absolutely not. I never did believe they went in the woods because, like I said, that terrain is like, that's hard for an adult to go to traverse. You know what I mean? So a child to be able to climb over some of that stuff and get back in there, and all this went down in a 20-minute period of time. I don't believe that. There's no way that in 20 minutes they walked away to the point and got so far away that nobody could see or hear anything.
Yeah, no way.
No, I'm sorry, but no, their legs aren't long enough to get that far and that deep into a situation. Unless the only thing I thought of, and I think SRB brought this up before too, is that they fell into like a mine shaft or a well or something like that. But they checked all that, so that doesn't even exist to me anymore. Because they spent so much money on this search already. There's no way in hell they walked away. Sorry, I just don't believe it, and I won't. And I appreciate Kent and everything he's doing for this, the involvement to get the word out, so on and so forth. So yeah. And now that he's doing this, it's very awesome and very proud of you, Kent. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. I'm surprised he's not here today. But that's really, as far as that stuff goes, and as far as what the government's putting out on this, that's the newest thing. Nothing else. I guess the pink blanket was sent out to forensics for RCMP forensics to go over, of course. And I don't know. Let me check here like I always do. See if anybody else has put anything out on them. because people find things that I don't find sometimes. Yeah, there's no history of them going off and wandering away, witchy, once again. So that just doesn't make sense to me. We have, hold on here. Daphne's been following this too a lot. Let me try this and see if it does any good. Let's see. Yeah. No problem, SRB. All right. Let's see. Maybe. Are you going to load for me? Thank you. There we go. Let me try it this way. All right. Come on. Show it to me. So slow.
Just have to sweet talk to her.
Huh?
You just have to sweet talk her.
I try. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. Okay, so all right, so Michelle did put this out a day or so ago about um oh the time that Martell spent with the police on this, which was a lot, as to why. And it may give some insight into something else. I'm not sure, but let's see what she says here about real quick.
Ciao, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Wednesday morning, the 13th of August. In this video, we're going to Nova Scotia to the case of missing siblings, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. I'm going to share a series of messages that Daniel Martell, the children's stepfather, shared with a chat group on Facebook before he left that group. He left that group when the Globe and Mail news release came out. The Globe and Mail really dug, included information from sources that I'd never heard before, and a lot of it is focused around Daniel, and maybe he doesn't like it. Maybe he's just fed up of defending himself. Maybe he can't defend himself. Maybe he has no defense. But these were the last set of messages that Daniel wrote in that group. So that's exactly what we're going to do. There's a whole bunch of them. So let's get to it. Before we do, you know what I'm going to say. Please help me get to 100,000 subscribers so that YouTube will send me a lovely silver play button plaque to put on my wall. There's a bunch of people watch my videos who are not subscribed. So don't be one of them. Click the subscribe button. It's completely free. All you got to do is click. That's all. Okay, let's start off here with this one. And they kind of follow on from each other, but it's a variety of different topics. So this is relating to the 1st of May, the last time Lily and Jack were seen by anyone outside of the family. So just a few hours before they went missing, they were reported missing on 10:01 a.m. on the 2nd of May. 3:09, left pizza shop, got home a little before 4 p.m., got my tools together and helped work on the fence I came inside when it started to get dark around 8 or so. Kids were already in bed. I flicked on the kids' room lights. Kids are sleeping. A little while later, I go to bed. Malia marks the kids absent from school at 6:17 and 6:18 a.m. So that's on the 2nd. That does the night before into the morning. I was asleep. I don't get that. I was asleep when they were marked absent. When we both woke up, it's hard to remember if it was me or her, but I think she said, "Do you hear the kids?" Oh, so we've changed the story, have we? Now you've been called out, because I thought it was you that was awake that saw Lily coming in the room like a bunch of times. So are you now saying, Daniel, that you didn't see Lily and didn't hear Jack in the kitchen? It's a tough question because waking up from sleep, then your world changes on a dime. You forget things so small like that. Yeah, but those things are not small. Like the last time you heard Lily and Jack or saw Lily and Jack before they went missing and have never been seen ever since, that's not a small thing, Daniel. That's huge. Make all the excuses you like. Motive is unclear, but by the looks of it, trying to frame me, all the accusations are mounting. They are indeed. They are indeed. I want people to always remember I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. No one will other than me. So the kindness of his heart is replying to people on Facebook. No, I try to provide anything I can to them, so I'm assuming this is to the cops. And in turn, I do get information and regular updates on the investigation, but I'm limited on what they can tell me. But I have almost 100 hours face-to-face with them. So they spent that much time with Daniel Martel, 100 hours, according to Daniel. So clearly, they suspect him of things. If they've been going over and over and over and over stuff with him for 100 hours, that's a lot of time. That's a lot of investment. In my opinion, they suspect Daniel. But they do work hard. I've seen notebooks on notebooks filled. I provide people to interview. Oh, right. So you're part of the team. Sometimes tips are shared with me, some of the wacky ones. I put total faith in them. I've met so many of them. Have you? Loads of different people wanting to interview you. Yeah, should be a red flag to you, Daniel, that you're a suspect. I think one big break is needed to capitalize on the case, but it's a hard question to answer. I'm led to think involvement was by someone that was known to the kids, hence no abduction. No, that's not the definition of abduction. You can be abducted by someone you know. The dictionary definition, the action of taking someone away by force or deception. Nothing to do with just strangers. So Lily and Jack were abducted by someone that they knew. It would still be an abduction. RCMP also believe the same because that statement was released by them. What, that there's no evidence of an abduction? Yeah. RCMP, I think, are saying either Lily and Jack wandered off into the woods.
Hence the reason why there's never been an Amber Alert put out on this, okay? So they don't believe that they were abducted. Early on, they believed that there was foul play, that the children may not still be alive. They didn't bring cadaver dogs in, but I did understand and find out by somebody that a lot of their dogs are trained in they're cross-trained to be able to do both things. So I don't know. But this is so screwy the way this has been handled. It's weird to me. So
Very.
Yeah.
On their own, or there's foul play, not involving an abduction by anyone. But continue to push the abduction scenario, Daniel, because it alleviates you from any suspicion, doesn't it? Every inch was checked and checked again. By the end of the first day, $1 million was spent. $1 million? Almost $1 million on dogs alone. That's a lot of money. I don't know where he's got that figure from, but in one day they spent $1 million. Okay. We both woke up at the same time and proceeded outside. Malia was up beforehand, hence the kids being marked absent. The first thing Malia...
That's the whole point right there, SRB. Is if they don't believe that they were abducted, now they've searched the woods left and right. They can't find them there. So that leaves what? foul play. Okay.
Yep.
And that, in my opinion, would involve people within the home because they can't seem to point at anybody else. So, I mean, there's not many options in this situation. So, where are we at with that?
Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
Said to her mom when he's arrived, was told your mom the kids were autistic. Not mom, the kids are gone or missing. No one is willing to speak but me. The first time CPS came to the house was to give support contacts for Lily and Jack's behaviour issues. There's a bunch of people who've given interviews now. So, yeah, no one spoke as much as you. But maybe no one's told as much nonsense as you, Daniel. Maybe let's think about it like that. So the first time CPS came to the house was to give support contacts for Lily and Jack's behaviour issues. The first time they came. What about all the other times that they came? How many times has there been total? That'd be a good question to answer. Yes, my kids name the chickens after things to do with Minecraft. The hamsters are my two oldest kids' pets, Cookie and Num Num. I gave investigators every location I could come up with. Dogs cost between 50 to 75,000 to bring in. So not a million then. Not a million then, because 75,000 is a lot less than a million. I'll give you the best explanation I have. It grew wings and flew there. I assume he's talking about the blanket. That's the best I can offer. I drove that road on May 2nd and didn't see it. So someone asks, with respect, but why were CPS involved months ago? What was the outcome? The outcome is fine. That case closed. Yeah, but what was the case about and how many cases have there been? I called RCMP to retrieve the large portion from the garbage bin by the road at the house when I first heard about a piece being found in the tree. So, presumably calling RCMP to come and take the trash. Well, I
Yeah.
think they would have
Good point,
taken it
Eddie.
anyway. It's not an abduction, meaning the individuals or parties involved knew the kids. That's not the definition of abduction. Again, abduction can be completed by someone that you know. I have to hold back on some things because I don't want to harm the case. As I said, everything, it's not fair. We want justice. Mom has a.
I'm starting to wonder. I may have already said this, but truly, because he was until that article was put out on him and then he shut down. He was very out in the open, very cooperative with media, always doing an interview, this, that, and very forthcoming with this and everything else. And I started wondering, my wife actually brought it up too to me. She was like, do you think maybe he's doing that because he's trying to make it look like he's not involved? I said, what do you mean? She goes, well, maybe he's doing all this. That way he's involved within the situation to hear what they're doing.
Right. I've thought about that.
To know if they're onto him, if they know, not him, but the situation or whatever.
Mhm.
That's a good point, hon. I never thought of it like that could be why he's being so forthcoming and so out in the open in front of and in your face and really trying to prove that he had nothing to do with this. Here's my thing. Like, if I didn't have nothing to do with it, I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't feel like I have to prove that because I didn't do anything. But he's going overboard trying to prove that he didn't have anything to do with it, requesting a polygraph and things like that, that if he passed, he passed. It depends on the questions too. Understand that. So, and how, if there was involvement or if he has knowledge of it, of something, there's the difference. So, right. Exactly. SRB. I don't know. The whole thing is beyond strange to me. And I don't trust either one of those two. I'm sorry, but I don't. I don't trust Daniel's mother. And I don't trust Malaya and or her mother. So, just saying.
Big pool, but the kids are not around this summer, so no point now. Not just Jack and Lily, but my kids too. You're not allowed to see them, are you? That's really strange. Like, what kind of person or people destroys a kid's future? Videos are on the internet forever. My kids will see all this and say, Dad, WTF are all these people going on about? Jack and Lily will see all of this. None of it is their fault. It's sickening. Yeah, that's something I do agree with Daniel on. That, yeah, his kids Even if they're not old enough to understand it all now, they will in the future. That's really sad. So someone says, is your mum sure she heard the kids in the morning? And yes, she's sure. We want Lily and Jack found. Ron, who is Janie's brother, called Mom the morning of the disappearance because he was going to town. If Mom would have went with Ron, Mom would have never heard the kids. That's how you know I never harmed the kids, and neither did Malaya. Just because Janie didn't go with Ron doesn't mean to say that you couldn't have hurt Lily and Jack, or Malaya couldn't have hurt Lily and Jack. So that doesn't make sense. So someone asks him, if they were taken, do you think it was random or acquaintance? It's not an abduction, meaning the individuals or parties involved knew the kids. Again, that's not the definition of abduction.
He's not very smart, is he? Because that makes no sense. Jesus, dude. So he only thinks that it was an abduction if it was somebody that knew the kids. That's so dumb. I've never heard that before in my life, but okay.
And there we go. So Daniel likes to push the abduction narrative. You know, it's not too long ago that he was endorsing what Durwood was saying about Malia having the children disappeared. So is he still thinking along those lines? Is he still pushing that? I don't know. But he's left these groups now anyway, so yeah, he's going to have to think of something else, isn't he? To make himself feel the big I am, the only person doing everything, you know, all on his shoulders. He's running the entire investigation.
I can agree with you, SRB. I fear this is going to be another situation like Dylan Ayler. Here's my issue with this case, though. This is two children. This is a very hard situation to pull off. Okay. Dylan and Sebastian Rogers, Summer Wells, they were all one child, which, in my opinion, is a hell of a lot easier than taking two kids and keeping them whatever you did to them, okay?
Right.
But yeah, I'm starting to feel like this is becoming another one of those situations. But I've always felt like, I don't even know how to explain it. In the beginning, I had a bad feeling in my stomach, like they were deceased, okay? And then after certain things started coming out, I changed my mind, and I felt like maybe they were just taken somewhere and hidden for whatever reason. And then I started hearing reports of other things. It's believed by a lot of people that she may have sold them, things like that. And it's like, I don't know, but what the hell? Where is our CMP at on this? And like, what are they doing? And if there is that type of an investigation going on, you can't wait too long on this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I would imagine that they need to get to Malaya. They've been with Daniel already, but they need to get to Malaya. For sure. And get something out of her, in my opinion. I don't know. I think they both, or at least one of them, knows something. Truly, that's my opinion. Which leads me to suspect there was an accident. Right. And they both know about that. That's my thing. And they both know that they would be held accountable at that point because they both had knowledge of this and didn't report it. So I've been thinking about that whole accident thing after Kent was here the other day. It makes a lot of sense, folks. It really does. If something was left out or something happened and...
No, look at Jayden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like I said.
It was an accident, but she still covered it up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's how we'd have people think about him. Look, it's probably the only time in his life he's had any amount of attention, even if he's completely innocent. Maybe it's just gone to his head a little bit. But bunch of red flags when Daniel talks. Bunch of them. Anyway, let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys.
Thanks again, Michelle. That's it, folks. There's nothing new. There never is. I don't know. It's craziness. Let's see here. Especially if two kids got into something that took, yeah. Yep. And that's it right there. But you're right. Still no excuse. I agree. Big time. All right, on we go. Let's see. This is so sad to me. All right, hold on here. All right, we're going to run an update. Court TV put out on the Jayden Spicer situation. This one is very sad and like heartbreaking to me. And then I'm going to, after this one, we're going to move away from this kind of stuff. Some other stuff we got going on in the world, but I have to give these updates. All right, let's see what this is telling us today.
And then kind of walk me through two.
Sorry, guys, I was going to do this first. Just in case.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only. Trigger.
Certain things about this could bother people, so I'm just giving you the heads up, folks.
Hiya, tomboy.
What's up, Tom? Welcome. Good to see you.
Because you left and went to work after that. She called 911, and
then I wasn't here. My helper was pulling here, and then
You're good, Meg.
I waited a few minutes, and then the 911 crew came. So after that, I left, and then I came back home. I saw those crews still searching for him.
This is just awful. A nearly week-long search for missing 10-year-old boy in Kentucky ends with the discovery of his buried body. Now his mother is charged in his death. This is Jayden Spicer. He was last seen in Jackson, Kentucky, which is over an hour away from Lexington. Police say his remains were found buried in a heavily wooded area not far from where he went missing. Tuesday, after his body...
And again, trigger warning, they found him buried in a shallow grave in the woods, and he was buried in like a tote type scenario. So it's disgusting to me, beyond disgust.
Body was discovered. Officials quickly shifted their focus to a criminal investigation.
This incident has now transitioned from a missing person investigation into an active and ongoing criminal investigation. With that, we must advise that specific details regarding this investigation cannot be released at this time. It is our top priority to protect the integrity of this investigation and seek justice for Jayden.
I think I speak for an entire community when I say that we are devastated.
Congrats, Bemmy. Welcome to the sauce. Another new meatball jumping in there with us. We appreciate you so very much. Yes, SRB, a tote.
Woohoo!
It's disgusting. Welcome, Bemmy. Grateful to have you on board. We love you. Appreciate you very much.
And collectively broken over this. I would like to assure the public that now, thanks to these guys, Jayden is now in good hands, and we're going to take care of him. Thank you.
Jayden's mother, Felicia Gross, is facing multiple charges, including second-degree manslaughter in connection to the 10-year-old's death. We're asking this morning, what other outstanding questions do you have about the way Jayden Spicer's disappearance and death occurred? Let's bring in our power panel now. Still with me, the sheriff in Erie County, Pennsylvania, Chris Campanelli, and retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer. Great to have you.
Oh, God. You're muted.
I had no idea. I'm sorry. Why? Sorry, folks.
I'll get my chunk of wood and put it in my mouth and start
Right.
biting now.
Right. I don't even. Oh my God. Sorry, everybody.
You both on this. Agent Coffindaffer, let me begin with you here, please. What outstanding questions do you have about this child's death and disappearance, please?
Well, of course, we want to hear the manner and causation, exactly what happened to that child. And believe me, that autopsy is going to tell us a lot of information whenever those results come back. You know, he was taken 18.5 miles, and recall that mutilation of a corpse has also been charged. What did she do to his body after he died? These are questions that just jump to mind.
Yeah, most definitely.
No, I didn't hear that charge. I heard abuse of a corpse, which is what she did, but I didn't hear there was mutilation of a corpse. That's new.
Yeah, that's new.
God, I hope not. That's horrible. Bemmy, thank you so much for the super chat. God bless. Much appreciated. We love you. Thank you so much. And again, welcome to the family. Appreciate you.
Yeah, SRB, I'm throwing you a big old chunk of wood right now.
Yeah, it's hard, guys. It's very hard.
Jennifer. Sheriff Campanelli, let me ask you the same question. What sticks out in your mind the most when it comes to the unanswered questions about this case?
First of all, I think our hearts go out to the family of this child. It's a horrific event. I would like to find out and ask her what could cause her to act in such a way and to do such a thing to a child and her own child at that. It's just unfathomable to me.
It really is, Sheriff. When we think about this search, first it was, oh, my child went missing and it was late at night and he's in his pajamas.
Are you kidding me? That would make some sense.
Oh,
for the
Taylor,
charge.
holy moly.
Yeah, that would explain the charge. Thank you, Taylor. God damn. Damn.
And she's begging people for help. And then we find the child buried in this shallow grave. And then suddenly, the cop.
Thank you so much, Bemmy. I can't tell who got that, but congratulations to whoever got it. And thank you again for your generosity, Bemmy. God bless. We appreciate you so much.
Are on mom, and it's a big shift from the way America was looking at mom and now how they're looking at things this morning. She's 33 years old, and apparently there's a handwritten note that we have. I want to put it up on your screen here now. Let's take a look. So she's talking about loving her child, wanting him to be home safe. Report this if you know anything.
Congrats, T2014. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you being part of the community, the family, and the sauce. Thanks for doing that. Welcome, the fat G Fate. Welcome. I think I said it right. And again, thank you, Bemmy, for gifting that. And welcome to the sauce 2014. Great to have you here.
Blah, 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 blah. What is this? What is this exactly that we're looking at here? Agent Coffindeffer, what do you make of this attempt by mom here?
Well, I see it as sort of a rambling consciousness where she wants to put something to paper, where she could say she loves him, absolutely self-serving. How many cases have we seen like this? It reminds me a little bit of Susan Smith. We see so many cases right now of missing, like Sebastian Rogers with similar type stories, Summer Wells, Jill and Lily Sullivan. You look at those cases.
She can't even remember their names. Jill and Lily Sullivan. Shut up.
They're not even anywhere near close to the same.
No. One's male, one's female. God, I can't stand this woman.
Cases, and wow, such similarities, but yet in this case, because a body has been found, we're going to have a culmination and adjudication.
Sheriff, looking at that note, I want to ask you the same thing. What do you see when you read this note written by mom? We know now she's the accused, hasn't been convicted, just accused at this point, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. What do you think she's angling to do with that note?
I mean, obviously, from my perspective, it looks like she's deflecting suspicion off of herself is what she's trying to do. She wants authorities to believe that she's this loving mother. Obviously, they have some type of evidence against her, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yes. Let's talk about more of what we know about this woman. Felicia Gross is her name. She's 33. Her charges right now, this morning, these could always be amended, but as of right now, it's second-degree manslaughter, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and falsely reporting an incident. According to the Lexington Herald Leader, court records show involvement with Child Protective Services in the past. A woman named Felicia Spicer, same age, has a conviction for a misdemeanor charge of endangering the welfare of a minor that dates back to 2015. Sounds like the same person to me. That they're talking about, just different last name. We know his last name is Spicer, so I think putting two and two together, we can see perhaps a pattern here. Oh, I don't know. Agent Coffindeffer, what do you think? We're wondering this morning, is Mom here going to be the only person charged? Should she be? Do you suspect anyone else may have allegedly been involved here?
Well, what I find interesting.
She did, Christina. I showed the video once before. She's an idiot, complete and total. So yeah, she did do that, and thought nobody saw her. She's completely like out of her gourd. Sorry.
Interesting, Julie, is that it's second-degree manslaughter, right? Which indicates that there was no intent to particularly harm, but your negligence or recklessness caused his death. So I find that very interesting. Was this something that was truly accidental, like some sort of overdose of some nature or something like that, and was not particularly intended? But then you look at the past, and you look at those charges. Listen, people who have the ability to abuse a child, I mean, that's as bad as it gets, Julie, and they can continue doing that.
And she didn't even read on the case because she has no idea what happened here. She doesn't know.
I know. I was like, they've already said that she gave him medicine and he had.
She has no clue. That's what makes me nuts about her. She doesn't follow up with anything. She doesn't read on anything. She just talks on what tips are given to her. It's ridiculous.
And isn't she retired? She's not an active agent.
Yeah,
right?
she's not an active agent anymore. She's a consultant now.
Yeah. So quit calling her agent.
This is so hard.
Sorry.
In the future. Without any hesitation, unfortunately.
Right, Jennifer. I love what you said, and I'm in agreement with you. This is telling us something. They've charged manslaughter, not murder, for some reason. We don't know why yet. And as you pointed out, Jennifer, could it be that something terrible, albeit, accidental, but terribly negligent, horrific, maybe drugs? That's what popped into my mind. Sheriff, I'm wondering, fentanyl exposure, you see a lot of that where you are in cases that.
How do they not know this, but we do?
Was this before they found him? How long ago was this?
Yesterday.
Oh. He was found 2 days ago, right?
Yes. And she was charged 2 days ago. So.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Whatever. They're behind on it. So be it.
You have. What are your thoughts when you saw manslaughter, not murder, charged here?
Honestly, I was very surprised as well. And like we were, someone that has abused a child in the past, the past is the biggest predictor of the future. So we'll have to wait and see what the evidence provides. But I can foresee in the future there may be a change in that charge.
Oh, that's another great point too, Sheriff. It may be amended. Maybe it becomes murder. We don't know the circumstances. We're just putting forth.
Well, that would explain why Hackencopper doesn't even know the correct charge is not mutilation, but abuse of a corpse instead. Hey, Alicia, welcome. Good to see you, sis.
Hey, Alicia.
They don't have any idea what the hell they're talking about. That's what's sad with this.
Yeah, and he's a psychic because he said he can see in the future.
Yeah, of course. Gotta love that, right?
Mm.
Some educated guesses based on what we know and Mom's history here, which is not good. It was a grandmother who had been taking care of little Jayden, and she recently passed away, and then he was put back into the custody of his mom, and sadly didn't make it out alive. Jennifer Coffindeffer, does this story make you think of the Sebastian Rogers case?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, such similar situation, right? Prior CPS, walked out of his house in the middle of the night, although there's no camera footage of anyone leaving in the middle of the night, never seen again. It's so similar to that case in terms of the facts that we have at hand anyway. So yes, definitely so.
Yeah, I had a feeling you might say that as you followed that one from the outset, like this one. And that's what I just keep thinking of. It just reminds me so much of the pajamas late at night. It just, with mom. Yeah, it's just incredibly upsetting. We still don't have answers with that one. We'll leave it here for just a moment. I have to say goodbye and a big thank you to you both for the great analysis. Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, Sheriff Chris Campanelli, thank you both kindly. We're going to continue our coverage about the Jayden Spicer case in just a moment. We'll hit a break when we come back. Buried in a heavily wooded area not far from where he went missing. His mother, Felicia Gross, is facing multiple charges, including second-degree manslaughter in connection to her son's death. The prosecuting attorney addressed the public response to this case while assuring justice for Jayden.
I'd like to take a moment to extend my condolences to the people who loved and cared about Jayden. While this is not the outcome that we had hoped for, we certainly are grateful that we were able to bring him out of the woods today. I'm sorry, guys, this is hard. Finally,
I understand you joined in the search efforts to find this precious little boy. Tell us a little bit about that experience, if you would, please.
Well, I, like so many other people, had been following the story and had a lot of questions. I was curious early on why, like, an Amber Alert hadn't gone out, that more information was not available. And so when they finally asked the public to start searching, that's exactly what I did. And I hopped on a bike that I've got, and that way I could cover a lot of ground and get back in rough area. And so I went straight to ground zero. And this is tough terrain, and you've got a lot of homes that are off the beach.
Okay, so this, I'm just not happy with this. So I'm taking this down, guys. I'm sorry. This, we saw that
No
already.
complaints from me.
Yeah, we saw this already, this guy, and this is all, unless they did this the wrong way or something, but it's just, that was weak. Sorry. It gave us nothing, and the search is over. She's been charged. It's ridiculous. I don't get it. I don't get it. Hold on. Nope. You ain't gonna get my look, Joseph. Poor kid. I feel so bad for him. Come on here. Give it. I had another one in here too. Wow. Oh, Lord. Maybe not. Well, maybe not, because I'm not going to run that other. But I did have. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Not that.
Now he's all discombobulated.
Never fails. Oh, here's the other one. Hold on. All right, this might be better. Jesus, that was so ridiculous.
I mean, I don't think it could be worse unless it's Aunt Nancy, but
She put one out, but I am not, unless I have to. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this email was sent. Somebody said, check this out. This was yesterday. So this might give a little more insight into what we were getting from damn Court TV. So let's see what we got here. I watched the beginning. I'll just start from here.
Red with tears. She asked if she could use his phone. The neighbor agreed, already sensing something was very wrong. Felicia dialed 911 and in a trembling voice said, "My child is missing." While police were on their way, she told the neighbor that she and her husband, Josh Gross, had last seen her 10-year-old son, Jayden Spicer, the night before, sometime between 9 and 9:30 p.m. But when they woke up that morning, Jayden was gone. The story echoes other haunting cases: Jack&Lilly Sullivan, Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, and even a decades-old mystery of Asha Degree.
I'm sorry to hear that,
for
Aurora.
reasons still unknown, seem to walk out.
I hope things get better, Aurora. My thoughts and prayers with you and your husband. I'm so sorry, hon.
Sorry, Aurora.
Out of their homes and vanish into thin air. But children don't just fall off the face of the earth. They're always somewhere. And more often than not, at least one person knows exactly where that is. While those other cases remain shrouded in mystery, the fate of Jayden Spicer would be uncovered far more quickly. And what has been uncovered in the investigation so far has sparked public outrage. So stay with us as we piece everything together we know so far in this evolving story. Felicia Spicer was born in October of 1991 to her mother, Lisa Brunty. She grew up alongside her two sisters, Samantha Brunty and Shy Salyers, in the Appalachian region of eastern Kentucky. As Felicia grew older, she became a mom herself, having 3 children, Mia, Jayden, and Aliyah Spicer. The identity of their biological father hasn't been officially confirmed. Some people close to Felicia say she didn't actually know who the father was, while others claim it's a man who's currently behind bars, a man with a very troubling history. But without official confirmation, we're not naming names. What we do know is that Felicia had a hard time adjusting to motherhood, and her grandmother, Shirley Johnson, stepped in to raise the kids. Shirley's relationship with her daughter Lisa and her granddaughter Felicia may not have been especially close, but when her family needed her most, she was the one who held them together. She opened her home and her heart to her great-grandchildren, Mia, Jayden, and Aliyah, raising them with the love, stability, and care they needed when Felicia and Lisa could not. To her great-grandchildren, Shirley wasn't just a guardian. She was their safe place and a person who made sure they still had a family. Felicia's adult life was also marked by run-ins with the law. She battled substance abuse and faced multiple arrests for drug and firearm charges, as well as child endangerment and wanton endangerment. In Kentucky, wanton endangerment is an offense that covers behavior creating a substantial risk of injury or death to someone else. These charges eventually landed her behind bars for a total of about 3 years. And during all of this, CPS was a constant presence in the children's lives, monitoring their well-being while they lived under Shirley's care. Felicia's 10-year-old son, Jayden, was born on October 4th, 2014. And from the very beginning, he shared an unshakable bond with his great-grandmother, Shirley, or Mama, as he lovingly called her. Jayden enjoyed playing Fortnite and Roblox, loved all things Spider-Man, and could spend hours outside tossing rocks, riding the four-wheeler, jumping on the trampoline, or running from one sport to the next, whether it was soccer, basketball, or baseball. He attended Highland Turner Elementary School in Breathitt County, where teachers described him as a bright, energetic student. Those closest to him say he had a few quirks. He was afraid of the dark and insects, and it had been reported that he had ADHD. Family members have shared that Jayden needed almost constant supervision, something Shirley provided without hesitation for most of his life. She was his stability and the person he could always count on. But as Shirley reached 73 years old, her health began to decline, and she was admitted to the Wells Hospice Care Center in Hazard, Kentucky. On May 20th, 2025, Shirley passed away. And for the children who had relied on her as more of a mother than a great-grandmother, it was a devastating loss, the kind of heartbreak that changes everything. After Shirley's passing, Felicia's sister Samantha stepped up to take in the children. Mia, Felicia's oldest daughter, grew especially close to Samantha and her family. But Samantha already had 3 children of her own, and suddenly adding another 3 was a huge responsibility. The family has said Jayden needed constant near supervision, and with 6 young children in one household, that was almost impossible. By this point, though, Felicia seemed to be turning a corner. She had married a man named Josh Gross, and together they had had 3 more children, Hunter, River, and Fisher, all who were already living in her care. In Kentucky, Child Protective Services has one main goal: family reunification. If a parent is deemed stable and capable, CPS will work to return the children to the parents. Felicia was a stay-at-home mom, which in theory meant she could give Jayden the attention and supervision he was said to be so in need of. And so CPS put a plan in place. Felicia and Josh would have to attend parenting classes, pass a drug test, and meet other requirements. Eventually, they were granted custody of Jayden. It's unclear whether Aliyah also went to live with them at that time, but Mia stayed with her aunt Samantha, where she had found a sense of stability and belonging. So Jayden moved in with his mother, Felicia, his stepdad, Josh, and his 3 little brothers. They all lived in a single wide trailer on the Pan Bowl Branch Road. And as you can imagine, it was a full house. Felicia and Josh have said they were trying to help Jayden work through the grief of losing his mama, Shirley, while also adjusting to a brand new living arrangement. But the reality was, even though Felicia was his biological mother, Jayden had never truly lived with her in that role for any meaningful stretch of time. For most of his life, home had meant Shirley's house. And now he was stepping into an already formed household, one where Felicia had built a new family and was raising 3 young sons that she had been caring for since birth. For Jayden, it meant suddenly going from being the center of one person's world to finding his place as the oldest child in a family he hadn't really been a part of. That's a tough adjustment for any kid, especially one still reeling from the loss of the only consistent maternal figure he'd ever known. And it's hard not to imagine that being the odd one out in a family that already had its rhythm and bonds might have left him feeling like an outsider in what was supposed to be his own home. That's why, when Jayden went missing, many people thought it was plausible that he could have run away. So, on the morning of August 6th, after Felicia used her neighbor's phone, police arrived at the family's home on Pan Bowl Branch Road. She told authorities again what she had already shared. Her son, Jayden, was last seen the night before between 9 and 9:30 p.m. wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. Although the case didn't meet the criteria for an Amber Alert, a massive search was underway almost immediately. The home is nestled in rugged, mountainous terrain surrounded by dense forest, winding waterways, and nearby Pan Bowl Lake. Kentucky State Police, Breathitt County Emergency Management, and multiple rescue teams combed a 20-mile radius, deploying drones, ATVs, sonar equipment.
Did it stop? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I don't know why that happened, but sorry about that.
It's okay. It was like, wait a minute, what are you doing? Now we can't hear it.
Oh my God, I don't know what is going on today. Hold on. Sorry, folks. I don't know what just happened there. That was weird.
Good thing I'm here. You guys just be staring at a blank screen.
There we go. Hopefully this is it.
And recalled reviewing her family's security cameras after learning about Jayden's disappearance. She said, quote, "There are a lot of coyotes. You've got the snakes and things at night. A child, even a young adult, probably isn't safe out in the woods at night. You wouldn't want your son or grandson lost in the woods. It's not safe." End quote. Family members came out to help too. Felicia's sisters, Samantha and Shai, joined the search, but even they admitted things weren't adding up. Jayden had always been afraid of the dark and bugs. The thought of him wandering into the woods alone at night just didn't make sense, unless he felt he had no other choice.
He's a good boy. He's very sweet and loving. He is very hyperactive. He likes to be on the go 24/7.
They say that he would never venture out of the dark and try to climb the rugged terrain that surrounds his home.
He does not like insects at all. Or the dark. Them looking up in the hills, any child can go anywhere, but it just seems so unreal that he would go up there.
Even State Senator Brandon Smith joined the search. He shared videos of the areas he had combed, rundown homes, abandoned lots, remote dump sites, praising the Kentucky State Police along the way. Smith said, quote, "We are going to continue to search for this little guy and get him home," end quote. But the search was exhausting. The scorching Kentucky heat, the unforgiving terrain, and still no sign of Jayden. Every passing hour raised new fears. How long could a young boy survive with little to no supplies?
We must continue hope, but unfortunately at this point, where we're at in the investigation, it's a race against the clock. We're essentially at kind of our last leg. We need to locate him immediately.
Anyone with information that may help in the search is encouraged to contact Kentucky State Police. They say they're taking all possibilities relating to his disappearance into consideration.
A week into the search, the community rallied in other ways. A GoFundMe account was launched to fund a cash reward for anyone with information leading to Jayden. And Father Jim Sitchko, missionary of Mercy, offered an additional $1,500 for Jayden's safe return, another sign that the community refused to give up hope. Jayden's disappearance would soon capture the attention of the media. But as days passed with no answers, the questions only grew, and the fear that something was deeply wrong became harder to ignore. Some people found it odd that Felicia and Josh weren't speaking to the media, doing interviews, or publicly pleading for Jayden's return. It's certainly odd. And some suggested, though, that they were simply shy.
Sorry, Clifton. Both of those women were his aunts. His aunt Samantha and the other, I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I don't either.
Others pointed out that the couple had spoken to news outlets in the past on far less serious matters. They had previously given interviews about J.D. Vance growing up in the same holler, Handbowl Branch. While rural and relatively obscure, it is famously known as a setting for the vice president's autobiography, Hillbilly Elegy.
This is Jackson, Kentucky, in the heart of Appalachia. How'd you feel when you heard that he's the Republican vice presidential nominee?
I was actually proud. It came across really, like a proud feeling, like you can accomplish something just from this little area. It tells me kind of, one of my little boys could possibly grow up and become vice president one day. You never know.
So if Josh and Felicia could go on camera to talk about that, why not speak publicly about something far more important, their missing son? Instead of direct media engagement, Felicia reportedly reached out to several stations asking for prayers and to release a handwritten letter. And in that letter, she wrote, quote, "We love Jayden and want him safe at home. Please, if anybody sees my son, Jayden Spicer, please report it to the Jackson Police Department. Thank you. We love him very much. Please do the right thing. Call the police. Please pray for us and my son, Jayden. Thank you," end quote. While the letter reads like a mother's desperate plea, some observers found elements of it unsettling. Investigators reportedly found no evidence that Jayden had been abducted, but the phrase, "do the right thing," gave the impression that Felicia believed someone knew more than they were saying. It hinted at a scenario.
I hate to say this, but it's almost like she wrote the letter to herself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like almost like as if she was projecting. What's up, Pappy? Good to see you, brother. Subconsciously, like she wrote that letter, do the right thing. That there was the glitch for me right there that caught my attention. So it, sometimes them things happen. So just saying.
More complicated than a simple runaway case. Officials also reportedly spoke to Felicia and Josh's other children And in such a small home with a family dog that would likely react to unusual commotion, it was notable that none of the kids reported seeing or hearing anything suspicious the night Jayden disappeared. A Kentucky couple, Sheila and Fred McCoy, run a small museum dedicated to the historical feud between the Hatfields and McCoys. They also maintain a YouTube channel called Hatfield and McCoy Museum Adventures. While the channel wasn't originally focused on true crime, Fred's background as a retired police officer and the couple's history of assisting in missing persons cases positioned them uniquely for such work. In September 2024, a man named Joseph Couch went on a shooting spree along Interstate 75, randomly firing at vehicles and wounding 5 people. Law enforcement, local, state, and federal searched tens of thousands of acres of woods, but were unable to locate him. And that's when Sheila and Fred decided to help. After navigating a dense wooded area, they discovered Couch's remains about a mile from the scene, the result of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And for their efforts, the couple received a $25,000 reward, and this success motivated them to continue applying their skills to high-profile searches, like that of Jayden Spicer. Sheila and Fred made their way to the holler, expecting the road to be closed or at least crawling with searchers. But to their surprise, they saw no one. Undeterred, the couple parked across from the Gross family home in a small pull-off near the woods and began their search. And almost immediately, something caught their attention at the edge of the tree line. A crumpled sheet of plastic looking like trash lay on the ground. And when Fred opened it, he was shocked. Inside was children's clothing, a backpack, underwear sealed in a Ziploc bag, and shoes, items that could belong to a boy Jayden's age.
What's this? Number 6, I'm standing right here next to. Hey, Sheila.
He should have some gloves on.
What's this?
Yeah, 100%. Why aren't you wearing gloves? And this is so strange. Like, why would you put that in there and leave it like right there? That's weird.
Yeah.
It's almost like she wanted to get caught, maybe, you know?
Maybe.
Right where we back in it. This is clothing. Was he going to run away? What's this all about? Why ain't nobody? Is this nothing? Look here. It was like you're covered up in this plastic.
Yeah, that should have never been touched without gloves on. Sorry.
Yeah.
What is this?
That's weird.
A little pair of underwear? A little pair of Crocs?
Should we
Would this fit? Is this smaller than a 10-year-old?
Trying to make it look like he ran away.
What's that?
Said she tried to make it look like he ran away, maybe.
Maybe that could have been what that was. Yeah, that makes some sense. But to leave it right there by the home in the woods is a little odd.
Yeah.
That right. And there should have been bingo. Without guidance, SRB agreed. Agreed.
You know, guys, this is what you all followed us on the way up here. We finally passed one trooper.
Yeah.
And there's nobody. According to the news, they're actively searching for this little boy.
What's these clothes for here?
But maybe that was covered up with plastic. And I just happened to look down while I'm standing there talking. Now, what is that?
Odd.
That's very odd.
Wow.
Did you see that? The home. Look, this is beyond strange. Where'd they just show? Did they just show the house? I think they did. Hold on, it was probably like real quick. Right there. The house is right there. Literally right.
Oh.
Hold on.
Was that meant to look like he was running away? Or
there's the house right there, directly across the street from this. There's a backpack there. Unless that's theirs. But that plastic bag
Yeah.
That is insane weird. I don't know either, SRB. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is a little strange to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, they found the Joseph what the hell? They just said his name last time. Yeah. But this is directly by the wood line across the street from the house. That's just a okay. I'll just whatever. We'll go with it.
Did he have a plan to run away, and that's where he hid his? Maybe he was going to run away before, but surely we're not the first ones to see this.
But why would such potentially important items?
That's what I'm saying, though. If she buried him, she hid the fact that she buried him. Okay, she hid the fact that he was deceased because it's based on the theory of an accidental overdose per se. That's what they're saying happened. Maybe the mom put it there then, but like, unless she was trying to make it look like he was going to run away, but that's not, a child wouldn't do that. They wouldn't pack their clothes in a Ziploc bag.
Right. All nice and folded.
Right. They're not going to
underwear in a Ziploc bag, socks in this one.
and then put it in a big old giant trash bag. That's not something a child's going to do. So
no,
that's odd, you know, to make a runaway seem plausible. Yeah. Yep. It could be, but it's just so strange. Like, okay, on we go.
Just be left here, seemingly overlooked, when search teams had combed the area. Sheila and Fred wondered.
So there's the problem: is they had searched for him days before this, and then all of a sudden this just appears. So they took that there after the fact. Come on, like this makes no sense. She obviously wasn't thinking clearly. Doing what you're doing either, think that it's going to work out, because it didn't, and it won't.
Wondered if officials could have somehow missed them, items that might be critical evidence. Among the clothing was a blank sheet of notebook paper inside a protective binder sleeve. The couple speculated it could have been from the same notebook Felicia had used to write her public letter. And for the time being, they decided not to disturb the items. They left them where they were and continued a brief search of the surrounding woods, planning to report their findings afterwards. And not long into their search, Sheila and Fred saw a car pull up in the driveway at the Gross family home. Josh, Felicia, and a child stepped out, and the couple decided to approach them, introducing themselves and explaining that they were helping search for Jayden.
Are they okay? There she is. That is her. Watch her. She's peeking around looking. She's peeking to see where we're at. There he is. He's pointing at us up on the hill. He sees us there.
You guys think that the stepdad knew too?
Yeah.
I do too. He wasn't charged with anything, but maybe
I'm
because
sure he was home at the time.
He had to have, in my opinion, known something wasn't right. I don't know.
They got at least one child with them. He's looking at us. He sees us.
I think she said, "Who is that?"
He's pointing at us.
You see him out there?
Hey, Josh. How you doing? This is Fred and Sheila McCoy. We just come out looking around, see if we could find Jayden anywhere. I appreciate that. I was wondering what your reaction would be. Of course, you wouldn't think you would be mad over it, and I appreciate that. I agree. That's exactly right.
The family said they didn't want to be filmed, but Fred quietly kept his phone recording in his pocket. Sheila and Fred asked about the plastic bag of clothing they had found near the woods. At first, Josh claimed he didn't know what it was, but then said the police had removed the items from Jayden's great-grandmother's trailer and left them there, perhaps for scent dogs. He also said that police reported the items were covered in mold, though Sheila and Fred saw no signs of any mold. Regardless, leaving a missing child's belongings crumpled on the ground seemed unusual, almost uncharacteristic for law enforcement. The couple also asked about Jayden's schooling. Josh said he was medically exempt. He later elaborated on the reason that he was medically exempt, but the McCoys didn't want to share that on YouTube to protect Jayden's privacy.
He talked about the clothes. We asked about the clothing over there, and he said, yeah, those are Jayden's. Law enforcement put them there. Now, when I was up on the hill, he said the state police, when we were hollering back and forth, he said the state police put them there. But on this tape here, he says, yeah, law enforcement put them there.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. They would never do that.
No.
They were Jayden's, and said, I haven't been through them.
He said they had mold on them.
Said the police told him that they had mold on them. After that, Sheila and I went back again and looked at the clothing. There was no mold on these clothes. You all seen them on camera as well as we did. Some of them's even in baggies. We asked him if he was in school. Sheila and I was thinking that maybe he was in school and it would be somebody had bullied him maybe, and that may have been why he run off if he did. And they said, no, he didn't go to school. And they told us that Jayden didn't go to school. He gave us a reason why. It didn't transcribe it there, and we're not going to repeat it, but he told us something, that the reason why Jayden wasn't allowed to go to school. Now, some of these things we like to have on video, because if a person has told the police one thing, or a teacher or somebody, and they tell us something else, then that's a clue. That's something to go on. But so if the police or somebody or a teacher or somebody wants to know if Jayden wasn't in school, and the excuse that he gave us that he wasn't in school, that we would talk to them. There's no need in putting it on social media.
Josh and Felicia emphasized that they had fully cooperated with police and had hired an attorney who advised them not to speak to the media, another detail that struck Sheila and Fred as odd. Despite these things, the family thanked the couple for their help and allowed them to continue searching the property. Sheila and Fred reassured them that they had successfully helped locate missing people before, and God willing, they wouldn't stop until they found Jayden. After leaving the holler, Sheila and Fred reported the items they had discovered, but they never heard back from investigators. The next day, Tuesday, August 12th, about 20 minutes from Jayden's home, a man called authorities to report a very distinct smell. He knew Jayden was missing and feared the worst.
Smelled a very distinct smell. I couldn't tell you if it was him or not. I smelled a distinct smell. I notified the law enforcement this morning, to come over here to check.
This is where the timeline gets a little fuzzy, but the details are important. Around the same time the man reported the smell, officers were also speaking with Felicia, who reportedly had disturbing information to share. Shortly after those conversations, authorities were led to a wooded area on Canoe Road directly across from where the man had detected the smell. And there, in a plastic tote, buried in a shallow grave, they made the horrific and tragic discovery: Jayden's body.
I think I speak for an entire community when I say that we are devastated and collectively broken over this. I'd like to take a moment to extend my condolences to the people who loved and cared about Jayden. While this is not the outcome that we had hoped for, we certainly are grateful that we were able to bring him out of the woods today. Next, I think it's appropriate to thank the Kentucky State Police Post 13. These guys never give themselves enough credit. I can tell you that they have worked tirelessly and often around the clock in their efforts to bring Jayden home. And I know this because I have been on the phone with them just about every day, aggravating them for updates, and they've just not quit. Finally, I would just like to say, I'm sorry guys, this is hard. Finally, I'd just like to say that the outpouring of love and support as a result of this has been absolutely remarkable. And it appears that there are people all over the world that love and care for this baby. Because of that, I would like to assure the public that now, thanks to these guys, Jayden is now in good hands, and we're going to take care of him. Thank you.
Speculation immediately began swirling. Some believe that after speaking with Sheila and Fred McCoy and hearing that the couple wouldn't give up until Jayden was found, Felicia felt pressure and ultimately confessed. The increased attention on the search may have contributed to her decision, but others theorize a different scenario, that after the man reported the smell, police may have already located a body and then approached Felicia, suggesting they might have found something. This could have prompted her to reveal the location herself, which would later serve as evidence that she knew where Jayden was, a detail prosecutors could use in court. Regardless, Felicia was promptly arrested, but her confession goes further. Her arrest citation states, quote, "A recorded Mirandized interview was conducted with Ms. Gross on August 12th at the Jackson Police Department, where she confessed to providing Jayden a type of sleeping medication. Ms. Gross further stated that this medication caused Jayden to have a medical emergency, and she believed that he had passed away from this medical emergency. Ms. Gross further stated in the interview that she had transported Jayden's body to a wooded area on Canoe Road near the mouth of Joe Little Fork. A search warrant was prepared and executed on this property, and Jayden's remains were located buried underground in a plastic tote," end quote. According to Felicia, Jayden's death was just a big accident. She claims she had given him too much sleeping medication. But many are asking the obvious question. If this were truly a medical emergency, why didn't she call 911? Was the medication not prescribed to him, or was it something else entirely? And burying a child in a shallow grave doesn't fit the profile of a typical accident. These facts have led many to doubt that this was unintentional. As we know, family members have stated that Jayden required constant supervision for some reason. Was his behavior overwhelming for Felicia and Josh? Did they simply want him to sleep so they could continue with their day? The unanswered questions are haunting. As of now, Felicia has been charged with second-degree manslaughter, falsely reporting an incident, tampering with physical evidence, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with a witness. Reports indicate she also coached her other children on what to say about Jayden, suggesting they may have seen or heard what happened and were instructed to lie. The exact timeline of Jayden's death remains unclear.
That's just as much of a crime to me as what they did to him, as messing with those poor other kids' heads.
Yeah.
That's sad. That is so insane to me. God damn.
His aunts have said that the last time they spoke to him was around the 4th of July. There are also reports that Felicia and Josh attended an open house at Jayden's school the week before he was supposed to start 4th grade, but Jayden was reportedly not with them. They had told the McCoys that he was.
See, I was a week before the first. I thought it was the night before. See, that's the problem is they put things out, so it's crazy. But hey, Tandy, good to see you, sis. Hope you're having a good day, ma'am.
Hi, Tandy.
So I wonder how long he had been deceased for, and I feel like we may get that back eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But
and if he's saying there's this smell, it wasn't like just the night before.
that's right. I'm saying, like, he had been missing for like a week, I think. But and yes, heat and all that is gonna bring it on, but
yeah,
it's gonna, if it's inside of a tote, which just breaks my heart, it's not gonna be that easy to smell per se, because we found a person in a tote here too once before, and there was no smell, but it was only like 4 or 5 days that it had been there. So I don't know. This is just so odd to me. The whole thing is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Is medically exempt from school, adding to the contradictions and confusion surrounding the timeline. An autopsy will likely provide a clearer picture of when Jayden passed, but until then, many details.
Wait. That's right. They said he was exempt from school. So why the hell did they go to the open house? That's weird. See what I mean? Unless they were trying to cover up something, which would tell me back on July 4th that maybe something had already happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That could have been part of covering up the situation. Wow. Oh, wow. I didn't know it was that in depth, and they did explain. I had to step away for a quick second to grab my coffee, but I think I missed
didn't think
this
about that.
right here. Conducted. This just gives them Mirandization and all that stuff. Okay. Did they explain while I was gone? I was only gone for like 30 seconds, but the whole overdosing thing or anything like that yet?
No.
Okay.
She claimed she had given him too much sleeping medication. But many are asking the obvious question. If this were truly a medical emergency, why didn't she call 911? Was the medication not prescribed to him, or was it something else entirely?
I've never in my life heard of that, SRB. That's why I was asking that question.
Well, unless it was something like, so at one point, my kids, not all of them, but were incapacitated. So because of their depression and their anxiety and everything, they could not go.
Okay.
And so they were incapacitated. So it didn't count, it wasn't like a truancy thing because we had to get all this documentation from the doctor and everything.
Then in turn, they would be exempt from going to school.
Exactly.
So maybe that's what he was describing then. Gotcha. It is, Ginger. It's very sad.
Which would make sense.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a new school year and he just lost his grandma.
And they were saying he had mental health issues that he was taking medication for. And we've heard, yeah. So, okay.
The ADHD I'm sure there's probably anxiety and all that too. So.
Agreed. And not to mention with the loss of Shirley, who he was very close to, obviously, that's who he knew as his mother. So that would make it worse. So I gotcha.
And burying a child in a shallow grave doesn't fit the profile of a typical accident. These facts have led many to doubt that this was unintentional. As we know, family members have stated that Jayden required constant supervision for some reason.
Now, that's where I'm glad she brought that back up. When we heard that earlier, they kept saying that he needed to be watched constantly, constant supervision, and that they needed to be needed to be with him always, right? So is that what maybe promoted this to happen, is that they just needed a break from him, and she was trying to get him to go to bed, and if he was anything like Caden used to be, that didn't happen. Caden didn't fall asleep until Caden basically fell out. That was it. And we just waited for it to happen. You know what I mean? And we had to give him medication, as we talked about before. That clonidine that Alicia and I had talked about many a times is dangerous, and it was just bad. It's very bad for children. So if he was on something similar, it would not be hard to give him too much. And if you're not knowing a dosage amount that a child can handle on something like this, and she did it to shut him down, to quiet him down, so that they could get a break from him. There's a very possible right there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the done one. Yes, there is.
Done one. Is there still vacation rule? Oh yeah, or vaccination rules? Yes, absolutely. My little guy has a kiddo in class with cerebral palsy. He has an aid, but still has no. Oh yeah, gotcha. In Kentucky, certain students and situations are exempt from general school rules, compulsory school attendance laws, but exceptions exist for those. Okay, thank you, Tomboy.
Was his behavior overwhelming for Felicia and Josh? Did they simply want him to sleep so they could continue with their day? The unanswered questions are haunting. As of now, Felicia has been charged with second-degree manslaughter, falsely reporting an incident, tampering with physical evidence, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with a witness. Reports indicate she also coached her other children on what to say about Jayden, suggesting they may have seen or heard what happened and were instructed to lie. The exact timeline of Jayden's death remains unclear. His aunts have said that the last time they spoke to him was around the 4th of July. There are also reports that Felicia and Josh attended an open house at Jayden's school the week before he was supposed to start 4th grade, but Jayden was reportedly not with them. They had told the McCoys that he was medically exempt from school, adding to the contradictions and confusion surrounding the timeline. An autopsy will likely provide a clearer picture of when Jayden passed, but But until then, many details remain uncertain, leaving a community struggling to understand how such tragedy could unfold. The public has also expressed outrage that Felicia has only been charged with manslaughter. Many believe the charges could change once the autopsy is complete, depending on what the medical examiner determines about Jayden's actual cause of death and whether any substances were involved. Although Josh Gross has not been arrested, speculation surrounds his potential involvement as well. Some suspect that Felicia may currently be covering for him. At 5'9" and 190 pounds, Felicia's ability to carry a tote containing a child's body into the woods, dig a grave large enough, and bury him.
That's a good point.
I was gonna say, like, that he's 10 years old, so he's got to weigh at minimum, I'm gonna say, between 60 to 75 pounds. In the tote, walking back in the woods. That's not a big person. She's little. That's what I was asking earlier. He's got to have some involvement, and maybe they're working on charges on him too. Until then, there are 3 other little kids that are. This is just fucking insane, you guys. I'm sorry, but God, seeing I never would have imagined when I was 10 years old or 12 years old or 14 years old. I mean, I went through trauma back then with my friend as well, but knowing that people do these types of things, you know what I'm saying? As an adult, we're used to it to an extent now, which is very sad too. But to know that things like this happen, if there's an accident and something happens, you call for help.
Yeah.
But people nowadays seems to be in fear of what's going to happen to them, or I don't know, but it's just so crazy anymore. Hey, Krista, welcome. So crazy.
Him has raised questions about whether she could have done this alone. Many believe that, at the very least, Josh may have assisted in covering up the crime, and it's possible he could have been involved in the death itself. Time and the investigation will be the ultimate judge. Felicia has since been.
Now, I wonder, something she just said kind of caught my attention too. It said an accidental overdose is what we were told, but she's also said, could she be covering up for Josh? Now, what if something, and I'm not saying this is what happened, guys, so this is just a speculative theory. What if he did something and that's the excuse, she's covering for her husband, and they gave him, they hurt him or something. He hurt him and she gave him the medication to cover up what he did.
Maybe.
And he was already, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you can do something like that, but that would be wild. I can't imagine her going to prison, losing her other 3 children just to take up for him, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard crazier things lately, but just saying. I never thought of that before. Yeah, that's what I figured too. When we get the autopsy, well, we won't get the autopsy because he's a juvenile, but at some point, I'm sure we'll get a cause of death and a time of death. So the autopsy should come back with all of it in the actual true toxicology and things like that. So we'll see, I guess.
Have fun, SRB.
Okay, bye-bye, SRB.
Taken to the Kentucky River Regional Jail and is being held on a $1 million bond. She had her first court appearance on Thursday morning, where the judge entered a not guilty plea on her behalf. Her next court date is set for August 18th. Even in the short time since Jayden was found, the community has begun to grieve his loss. A candlelight vigil was held in his honor, and his friends at school have chosen to wear blue to remember Jayden. His aunts, Samantha and Shai, are grappling with the reality that the court system deemed Felicia a fit mother. They really thought she changed for the better and could be a good mom. In various Facebook posts, Shai wrote, quote, "There are several rumors about how Jayden ended up in Felicia's care. My sister, Samantha, not Felicia, is already going through hell with everyone's BS. Once Mama passed, Felicia automatically gained custody back. CPS has been involved the entire time. They cleared her to have Jayden in her home. Samantha did not just drop Jayden off to her. I've seen so many comments bashing her and saying stuff about Samantha, and I cannot stand it. She loves Jayden more than Felicia ever will and has always done everything she could for him to give him the best she could. He needed
That's who I really that's who I really feel bad for, Samantha.
Yeah.
Because even when Jayden was living with Shirley, Samantha was the general caregiver there. She lived there too, and was helping to take care of all these kids and Jayden. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
she probably is, sadly, because this happens, is probably carrying some guilt, and that's not going to go away. You know what I mean? Because she probably feels if I'd have just kept him, this wouldn't happen. Things like that, and that's very sad that people have to go
Right.
through that. Very sad. If someone unalive my child, I'm not about to cover it up, or your mom would be picking out your final. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Someone with 24/7 supervision, and she could not give that. She had 5 other children and works full time. Felicia was a stay-at-home mom, and I've never seen an issue with it. CPS cleared her. Yes, she had charges 10 years ago. She had 3 kids since then, and CPS let them live with her. There was never any reason to doubt her. End quote. The tragedy and trauma Jayden endured at only 10 years old is almost incomprehensible. Raised by his great-grandmother while witnessing his mother start a new family, losing a maternal figure, and being shuffled between relatives, he faced grief and instability from a very young age. Later living in a small trailer with his mother's new family, he seemed to have been treated poorly. Photos show a stark difference over time. Once a healthy
Yeah, see, that's a difference. Look at him there, and then there. He was way skinnier there. His eyes has those circles like he's not sleeping. He looks horrible as compared to this picture. Almost like 2 different kids, you know? This is sad. My God. My heart's broken for this. It is, isn't it, Alicia? That's horrible. Look, I mean, he looks healthy. He looks good here. He's smiling, and he's trying to smile here, but yeah, that's I got like tears coming up. You know what I mean? This is horrible. Absolutely horrible.
happy child, Jayden had recently appeared thin with dark circles around his eyes. How long had he been suffering? What truly happened in that home? And then, coincidentally, he was reported missing just as school was about to begin, when others might have noticed something was wrong. Questions remain, and the search for answers continues. Was Josh involved, or at least aware of what Felicia did? Could she have carried out these actions alone? What finally compelled her to come forward after publicly asking for prayers and help? In Jayden's obituary, his family has left us with these words. Jayden's playful laughter, kind heart, and adventurous nature will remain in the hearts of all who knew him. Though his time here was far too short, the love he shared will last forever. In the wake of such a heartbreaking loss, the community and the world can only hope that justice, understanding, and accountability are still to come.
I like how she put that together. I like how she told a story about Jayden and who he was and his likes and dislikes, and those 2 pictures killed me, you guys. They literally killed me. That was 2 different kids. My God. Jesus Christ. Okay. No more kids today. Yeah, she does. It's a comforting voice, Annie. I agree. A lot of us don't, Krista, and you're not going to. Don't even try. She did. She absolutely 100% did. That's a great way to put it to Alicia. She did a great job with that, and I'm very grateful to have been able to show you guys that. I just can't. I didn't imagine there was that much of a difference in just that short period of time from May to now, or May to July for that matter, how much he changed. Granted, the drama or the not drama, I'm sorry. The stress from losing Shirley was probably horrifying, but it almost looks as though he wasn't eating, he wasn't sleeping. It, I don't even want to go there, Melissa, but yeah, we heard that already too. He was 5 foot tall, so yeah, he would have had to have been fit in there at some point. Okay, Mama Bear. Did you see those pictures?
No,
You didn't see the end pictures there?
no.
Look at this real quick. This broke me. Where did it go? Give me a second. That was it. Like the whole story was horrible, but no. It was absolutely horrible. But she did do a great job. She truly did. Like I said, she talked about his likes, dislikes, and basically that's what a lot of these creators don't really do a whole lot is they don't tell you who the victim is, and that's important in these, I think.
Bimmy, it could be lack of sleep. Maybe meds can make dark circles. Malnutrition. It could be.
When you see this, though, Mama Bear, this is bad. It looks like a combination of all of that. It's just two completely different looking kids, and I just was like, oh my God. I'm sorry, 1 minute here. All right, this was at the end. This actually brought tears to my eyes looking at him like this. This was the newest photo. This was before when he was still with Shirley.
Mm.
You see the difference? It's a complete difference. That's just so sad to me. So sad to me.
Yeah, it is.
So, again, like I said, she definitely, thank you to Hidden True Crime. Guys, the link, I think I threw it in here already for you. Yeah, it's right there. Appreciate what she put out on this. She did a very good job with this whole thing. I'm very, very happy. Maybe more of the story will come out and be more understood, hopefully. And I do have to say that if the husband did have anything to do with this, I pray that he's charged as well. And that those other children are put somewhere that is safe and sound and okay, a good safe place for them. That's all I'm saying. This is just horrible. Absolutely horrible. And about what you said earlier, Alicia, don't say that about yourself. You didn't know about trying to defend her. You had no idea, so it's not your fault. But that's just it's a horrible story, completely. I feel so bad, so bad.
Too young to have that rough of a life.
10 years old. I know. And a lot of these kids they go through things that people 50 years old will never see. And they go through this shit early on in their lives. You know what I mean? It's just horrifying to me. It's unbelievably horrifying.
The head of the Massachusetts State Police.
So,
really?
Yes. All right, guys, on we go. It's okay. It happens. It happens. Don't worry about it. All right, so moving on away from the children. Thank God. Enough of that for the day. That story is enough to last me for a month. This is what we had covered way back, guys. I had told you it's been about 6 months, Mama Bear said, where we were looking into the possibility of New England having a serial killer on the loose. And then we talked about it a little bit. We looked into it. We covered the cases, and then it was just quiet. Went quiet about it. Got quiet. Nobody else talked about it. Nothing else happened until now. So follow up on this, and it'll give us a date, an exact date. But something's off with this. There's something wild going on there, up there. So be careful, Phil. I know you live up in that region. Just be real careful. This is wild too, folks.
Has now gotten into the mix regarding the possibility of a New England serial killer. We are breaking down what his very interesting comments might mean and where this investigation goes from here. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, the conversation about a possible New England...
Make up your mind, Jesse. Do you want to work for Law and Crime or do you want to work for News Nation? Stop messing with my head, bro.
He wants both. He wants it all.
Greedy ass. I'll say this much: is he looks better when he comes on here than he does for them. Just saying.
And serial killer has just reignited because now we are hearing from the person who heads up the Massachusetts State Police. That is a big deal. Now, before we get into those comments and what they mean, and we'll talk about it, what am I talking about here? Well, there have been a series of deaths in the New England area, and there has been speculation that there is a connection, that there is potentially a serial killer. Let me lay it out for you. March 6th, the body of 35-year-old Paige Fannin from West Islip, New York, was recovered in the Norwalk River out in Connecticut near Main Avenue and Gristmill Road by the Norwalk Police Department's scuba team and fire personnel. According to Police Lieutenant Tomasz Podgorski, the river was, quote, flowing rapidly due to the heavy rain overnight. Clothing, personal items were reportedly found near the bank of the river. In fact, I'll tell you, a GoFundMe was set up in Paige's memory, and it reads in part, Paige has left behind 2 amazing parents, 2 sisters, and 1 brother, along with many more family members to mourn. If you had the honor of knowing Paige, you would know how deeply she cared for who she loved. Due to the loss of someone so young, no family is ever ready for something like this. With that being said, I ask whatever you can contribute to help, even if it's just spreading the word, would be of great appreciation from her loved ones. Next. Also on March 6th, currently unidentified human remains were found by a hunter in a wooded area near Route 3 in Plymouth, Massachusetts, so approximately 180 miles away from Norwalk. According to Boston 25 and Boston.com, a police report indicates that authorities found a human skull with nasal and jaw portions missing under leaves. It was reportedly green in color, appeared to be weathered. This is according to a police report per Boston.com. And also, Boston 25 reported that this sparked interest from the families of 2 missing women, Sandra Crispo, who vanished 5 years before this, and Brittany McCormick, who disappeared in July of 2021. But to be clear, nothing to indicate at this point that the remains belong to either woman. Then you have the brutal killing of 58-year-old Suzanne Wormser of Groton. Her remains were found in a suitcase near the Colonel Ledyard Cemetery in Connecticut on March 19th. Now, on April 25th, police announced the arrest of 68-year-old Donald Kofel, charging him with Wormser's murder, tampering with evidence, proper disposal of a body. He allegedly confessed to police to killing this woman he once lived with by saying, "All right, man, I did it. I hit her in the head with a bleeping baseball bat and it cracked her bleeping head open." And by the way, when it comes to him, according to local reporting...
Well, you're a bleeping idiot then. Jeez.
He has since died in jail. Next, we go to March 20th. Now we go to New Haven, Connecticut, so over 150 miles away from Plymouth, 50 miles from Groton, a little over 30 miles from Norwalk. According to police, this is where the remains of 59-year-old mother Denise Leary are discovered in a wooded area, and they were reportedly in a state of advanced decay. Now, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner confirmed the body was that of Denise, and according to WFSB, Denise had been missing since September 20th, 2024, had last been seen at her home
Oh, that would be insane. Typically, that was another case that was hardcore on. Always have been. That would be nuts. Absolutely nuts. Laura's case, I was obsessed with. Still am. That I mean, I'd be grateful to get an answer from it, but that would be crazy after all these years.
Had been reportedly suffering from paranoid schizophrenia. Mass Live reporting, though, that the investigation
Really, Eddie, he gets credit for being honest, at least, right? Yeah, I guess.
has not indicated this is a homicide. March 26, Foster, Rhode Island, almost 90 miles from New Haven, approximately 50 or so miles from Groton, 120 miles from Norwalk, for reference. The body of 56-year-old Michelle Romano was found in a wooded area 8 months after she disappeared and was reported missing by a family member. Investigators confirmed they were looking into the, quote, suspicious circumstances surrounding her death, with WJAR reporting that authorities searched a home in Warwick, Rhode Island, that was thought to be the last known address of Michelle. WPRI reporting that Michelle was considered by friends to be generous and a loving and devoted mother of two. A Facebook group had been set up for Michelle as well. Post from April 1st reads, yesterday our family received the devastating update that Michelle had been found, and we will never, ever let Michelle be forgotten. And the post encourages anyone with information to reach out to the Rhode Island State Police. April 9th, unidentified human remains were found in Killingly, Connecticut. So that's less than 10 miles from Foster, over 80 miles from New Haven, a little over 40 miles from Groton. They were found, according to ABC6, on a dead-end road by a body of water, apparently near railroad tracks. Then the next day, April 10th, Framingham, Massachusetts, 60 miles from Killingly, 60 or so miles from Foster, almost 100 miles from Groton. Firefighters found human remains near the Massachusetts Turnpike. This happened while they were fighting a brush fire. Now, the DA's office indicated, quote, the preliminary information indicates that the remains may have been there for several months. Information gathered at the scene does not indicate foul play. According to Metro West Daily News at the time, the remains were sent over to a forensic anthropologist at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. You go to April 22nd, Springfield police found a woman near a bike path on the 1500 block of Hall of Fame Avenue. She was declared dead, later identified as 45-year-old Megan Meredith. Now, we have been all on top of this New England story for a while now, and the reason that we can be on top of a story like this and really break it down and bring you updates is because of the amazing support that we get from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. They have recovered over $25 billion from more than 500,000 clients. In the past few months, a client in Florida received $12 million after the insurance company offered just $350,000. Pennsylvania, a client was awarded $26 million. That is 40 times the insured. forthepeople.com/else. 2 days later, we understand the unease that comes with such acts of violence, and we want the community to know that each of these cases is being thoroughly investigated in close coordination with our law enforcement partners. While online conversations around these incidents continue to grow, we urge the public to be mindful of the role that social media can play in spreading fear or misinformation. Unverified claims can compromise active investigations and contribute to a sense of chaos that does not reflect the noble. And this is significant because the Massachusetts State Police serves as the statewide law enforcement agency and maintains investigative, tactical, and support units throughout the Commonwealth. And what he said was published in the Boston Herald. He came out, he said, there is no evidence right now about a serial killer, but that he is, quote, tracking the cases. He said, quote, as a former homicide detective, certainly I am tracking the news of these tragic deaths. There is no evidence to indicate that there is a serial killer at the moment. Detectives are very much monitoring and tracking and aware of these cases. And certainly, if we do uncover similarities or consistencies between the cases, they have our attention for sure. So let me bring in right now retired FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon to make sense of what those statements mean. Bobby, good to see you. What do those statements mean?
Good to see you too, Jesse. Look, at the most basic level, they mean they can't shut the door on the serial killer theory. They just can't. And that's prudent. Although you want to not panic the public. So you want to say, look, this one, we know what happened. This one, we know what happened. These, we don't know what happened. And so as we get more cases in and we take closer looks at them, we will explore whether or not these are connected. Right now, we don't see anything, but we're not closing the door on that as a future possibility. So I think that's,
why not? Right? That's the key, right? Why not? They could have just dismissed it and said, look, these are all isolated incidents. We don't see a connection. But to not rule it out, now it's not a case where we could just say, oh, these are just online theories. These are just conspiracy theories. There's something about it. Is it the level? Is it the level of interest? Is it the frequency of the bodies? Is it the locations where they say there might be a 5% chance there's a connection here?
Yeah, I think it's location at first. That's why we're calling it the possible potential New England, right? New England is the geographic area. So I think at its most basic, it's a geographic area. And then, of course, you start to look at more victimology and the demographics of the victims, women, young white women, whatever it be. You start making a list and kind of categorizing everything, and you start to see up on your big board how many matches you have. And like you said, is this a 95% match? Is this a 5% match? And at what point do we kind of push it off the board? When we get an arrest, like in one of these cases, the roommate or the housemate was arrested for it. So boom, you can kind of push that one off the board. And that's what you have to do with each passing one as you individually get it. And then you see what's left remaining, and you take closer and closer and closer looks at those cases that are still up on that board. And you try to find a similarity. What the chief said, what their fusion center does is what the FBI's VICAP does on a nationwide basis.
And to be clear, the people that have been arrested in connection with what now could be argued to be isolated incidents, there's no evidence as of right now, at least public evidence, to suggest that they are somehow implicated or connected or responsible to the other deaths. Could that change? Maybe. But just to put a fine point on this, are you saying there might be a unit or a series of detectives, part of the MSP, who are actively, like you said, have a chalkboard looking for connections in all these cases? Or are they waiting for something to determine there's a connection? Are they going through each one of these cases in these different locations? Are they coordinating with different agencies to try to get as much information as possible? Is there, this is so juvenile to say, is there like a New England serial killer task force that's looking at all these connections right now and trying to see if there's some similarities or not?
I don't think there is yet. What I think there is a loose collection of investigators and really analysts. This comes down to our criminal analysts who do this kind of work, who really dig into the details of what the investigators have come up with, because each case has its own set of investigators depending on its jurisdiction. They have detectives assigned to that case that are looking into that case specifically, because every case has a perpetrator, and every case needs someone directed at that perpetrator. So, and kind of block out the noise from all this other stuff. So that detective or investigator has to look at that case and chase down that perpetrator. And then you have a larger picture, and that's because the analysts kind of can put that picture together. They can keep track of what's happening in these other jurisdictions, in other cases. When it comes time, like you said, if it matures enough to where they have, so kind of like we saw the Long Island serial killer task force, where you have a task force put together, that's when I think they come out publicly and they announce that we are looking into these things as a possible serial killer. I don't think they're there yet. I don't know if they'll get there. They might, but I don't think they're there yet. I think what you have is a loose collection of analysts kind of talking to each other, and as one gets thrown off the board and another one comes on, they start looking at similarities.
Why is it significant that the Massachusetts State Police, the leader of this, is making this statement? This made the news. Why is it significant that he is talking about this and talking about tracking the cases?
Well, because I think back in March you had two. I think that was kind of where when the internet caught fire on it. I think there were two bodies found in different locations on the same day. Victims seemed like they were similar. So I think that they addressed it because I think they may have the majority, although a bunch are in Connecticut and Rhode Island as well. But Massachusetts it's the biggest state. That state police unit I've worked with, they're top notch, and I think that they took the lead on it to kind of start to address, because the internet wildfire was spreading, and so I think that they needed to kind of maybe tamp that down a bit, and kind of say, hey, we're here, we're on it, we know what you're saying. we're seeing some things and we're taking a look at it so that the internet doesn't say, why aren't the police looking at this? Why isn't anybody, that I think this was a way of going, we've got this, we're aware, and maybe relax a bit.
How rare are serial killers when we're talking about this? Obviously, people online are suggesting there has to be something here. But in your experience, how rare are serial killers, particularly ones who, if we take this situation, operating in different states, different locations, would someone have the ability to do this and dump bodies in different places? I mean, how rare is it? How do you typically see it?
Well, and I only speak from the investigative point. I was looking for the perpetrator. I wasn't the profiler on these cases, although I worked with profile, and some of them I make good friends, and I work serial killer cases as an investigator. The experts, and I'm not one, but the experts that I follow and I talk to, the ranges for anywhere from there's on the low end probably 30 to 40 to 50 operating serial killers in the United States at any given time, and the higher end is probably 2 to 250 operating at any given time. And so those are frightening numbers. There was an expert, I think Mr. Fox or Dr. Fox, put out like, well, these are probably not the work of one person, because when he looked at them, they were very different geographic areas and they were very different victims. But the last serial killer I worked, which was what concerns me, Israel Keys, he actually verbalized to us in the interrogations that he knew if he could keep random to his victims and random to his location, that he could get away with it for a longer time. And he got away with it for, at our estimate, about 14 or 15 years. And so he had a young girl that he killed, a 19-year-old girl in Alaska, which is where we got onto the case. And then a year before, we later found out that he killed an elderly couple in their 50s or 60s, in Vermont. So, you're talking about across the country, completely different victims, and he had done that for 14 or 15 years. So, they learn, they watch programs, they learn as law enforcement is evolving, so are they. And they are learning how to not get caught. And that's one of those unfortunate side effects of the public's interest in this stuff, is that there's more publicity, there's more programming, there's more coverage. But that also becomes a learning tool for the people out there.
I think it is too, Alicia. I think they just haven't found them all out. And I think that there may be more to come. And that in turn is going to turn this upside down to what it truly would be, when it truly would be a serial killer situation, in my opinion. So, yeah, I very much expect to see more come out of this.
These crimes.
Aside from the fact that,
and yeah, Israel Keys, if you ever looked into him, that dude, whoo, he's a crazy one. That's for damn sure.
Those numbers you listed out are terrifying. 30 serial killers, even of it itself, is very scary to think about. 200, more than 200 is frightening. Does a statement from the Massachusetts State Police deter this killer to wait, to maybe change? Let me rephrase this. Does the statement from the Massachusetts?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is like terrifying to think that there could be more than that. Yes, I agree with you. And that's what I meant about Keys. Like, he just does not look like, he doesn't give that vibe to look at him. I mean, there is definitely something in his eyes that I see that is a little off, but not that I would expect or suspect him to be that, which tells you with the number that they gave, and like Alicia said, there could be more guys that it could be it could be your neighbor for all we know. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Absolutely insane.
Massachusetts State Police, assuming for the moment there is a serial killer or potential serial killers. I'm not saying that there is, but with a statement like this, the news about it, people looking into it, does it deter a killer? Does a killer change their tactics? You talked about the random nature of it, but yet people are saying it's New England because of where all this is happening. Do they wait a period of time? I wonder if you talk about a serial killer who's not caught for quite some time, do they change up their MO, their tactics, so they're not caught?
Yes and no. I think it depends on the serial killer. I think for the most part, yes, you're right. They will kind of learn from the publicity that they're generating. And look at the Golden State Killer, right? I mean, he was in his 70s when he was arrested. So he got away with it for decades. But then we've seen, and we all know the famous cases where they get involved in the publicity. They start taunting the police. The Unabomber did that, and some others had, sent letters to police because they enjoyed the cat and mouse game with the police. And then we learned that afterwards, after they're caught and interviewed. But yeah, sometimes it does deter them. Sometimes it's a learning lesson and they change their methods. And then sometimes they actually enjoy it and lean into the publicity. So it all depends on, the profile of the person we're dealing with.
Yeah, aside from the fact that you wonder if it was one person or two people, again, I'm not suggesting that's what we have here. You do wonder if they'd have the ability to commit all these killings and dump these bodies and not leave evidence. But you also wonder for a second about, could it possibly be that the locations of these bodies, they just happen to be these kind of specific, perhaps remote places where you can see crime, or you can see where you dispose of evidence. It just happens to be, these wooded areas. It's not one person, but it just happens to be something about those subject areas. I mean, that's a possibility too, right?
Absolutely. It is possible that there is no.
Yeah, but the point is, though, if you have multiple killers, that's not a serial killer. That's still just as horrific. You have multiple people doing multiple crimes. It's still just as bad, in my opinion. You just have more of them than searching for just one. That's the scary part. That's all.
Serial killer, that every single one of these cases is explainable, especially when you look at how many young women go missing in this country every day, every week, every month. Those numbers are staggering. Those numbers are frightening. Of course, a lot of those are runaways or whatever. There's explanations for them. But when you look at the overall numbers of how many young women go missing in this country, it's kind of an epidemic. And so, the fact that a bunch of victims are found in the same geographic area around the same time doesn't necessarily mean that the same person is responsible for all of those. And we're starting to see that. We're starting to see the state police come out and say, look, we understand this one. We've made an arrest. We know what happened there. It was a domestic thing or whatever the case may be. And that person had a particular beef with the victim. So we know he didn't go out and kill these other people because we know the motivation behind the particular murder that we've made the arrest on. So yes, I think it's possible. It's quite possible that none of these are related, but it's also, maybe hopefully a faint possibility that some of them are related.
Just to go back to something you said before, when do you think we would hear another announcement, perhaps development from the Massachusetts State Police? Is this a case where we probably won't hear a lot from them? A, because they're doing something behind the scenes. B, because they really aren't finding any connections and these are isolated incidents. When could we expect something? And even if they believe that there is no connection, would they come out and say that?
Well, that's a really interesting question because of the current environment we're dealing in. So if, obviously if another body is found and it makes the news and things like that, I think they'll feel compelled to come out and make a statement. The other thing is, in this current world we live in now, which is different from the past, is that how are they going to respond to the internet pressure? How are they going to respond to the internet catching fire on this? Say another body, turns up and they don't want to necessarily make any announcement, but the internet goes crazy about tying that to these others. They may feel compelled to come out and address the internet rumors. It's a new world for law enforcement to be operating with. We've always had pressure from the mayor and from the governor, sometimes from the White House on crimes, and I've faced some of that. But this is a new type of pressure being generated by the internet and by the viral nature of some of these stories. And so how law enforcement responds to that is kind of evolving. So it'll be interesting to see, whether or not they feel compelled to respond to the internet based on how crazy the internet gets with the rumors and speculation.
I can appreciate that. I am.
Take care, Witchy. Thank you for joining us today. I hope to see you again soon. God bless. Be safe out there.
I'm curious, do you think investigators are also looking into these social media groups, the conversation online, for two reasons? One, first of all, whatever we want to say, internet sleuths, people are interested in it, they could provide potentially valuable information or make connections that maybe law enforcement is not looking at. And B, is it possible that if there really is somebody who's responsible for multiple killings here, and I'm not suggesting that there is, but if it's possible, have you seen that perpetrator infiltrate themselves into the groups, become a member, see what the conversation is about? So do you think investigators are actually looking at the chatter online, studying it as part of the investigation?
Well, you'd have to. And here's why. In my day, and I'm a dinosaur, I'm pre-computers. What you always had was you scanned the crowd that shows up at a crime beyond the police tape, right? You always saw these movies where the perpetrator is in the crowd. They're looking at their work that they did, right? They're looking at the police coming and going from the location where they committed a murder or set a fire or something like that. That's the old school version. The new school version of that is the social media. The killers are now coming onto social media to watch their work, to watch the effect they're having on getting everyone spun up. And they're also looking at the theories that everyone's throwing out there. They're consuming what the police are saying. So it's the old looking beyond the police line for your perpetrator in the crowd. Now you're looking at that social media crowd. And we have the FBI forms what we call SOMEX, which almost every, I think, field office has one now. It's called the Social Media Exploitation Teams. And these are task forces with state and locals and police officers and detectives. And they are specialists at analyzing those things that you talked about, those social media chat boards and Facebook pages and things like that. And they have experts that can talk about language and look at posts and series of posts and things like that and determine whether or not we have our perpetrator beyond that electronic police line looking into the crime scene, in this case, into these chat boards and things like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to keep on top of it. We've been following it for a while. We'll see if there's any updates. We'll see if there's any announcements. And Bobby, really appreciate it. We love your perspective. You're not a dinosaur. Don't ever talk about my Bobby Chacon like that. But Bobby, great to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me, Jesse. Great seeing you.
And we will keep up with it as well. Thank you to Bobby Chacon as well. I like him a lot. I like his insight into things. All right, guys, let's see here. We got a couple things left and we're out of here. I don't know if you guys saw this blew my mind. Hold on a minute. Down in Florida, good old Grady Judd.
Signs up.
I'm going to show you. I'm not going to show you the whole thing because you know how Grady is. He gets into something and deals with it. But there was down in Florida. This was a couple days back. There was a fight between teenagers. It turned basically, it says on the video, it turned into a riot. But at one point, it looks like some kid got hit so hard that he died. Or they thought he did because they tried to do CPR on him. This was just kids fighting, you guys. And this is what it turned into nowadays. I've never seen anything like this at that age, but these are, I don't know if they're kids or they're young adults. Well, let me put it that way. That's a better way to put it. But I just thought this was insane. The fighting itself is just what in the hell are you guys doing? It's crazy, but check this out. Do you see the girl here in the front here? It looks like she's trying to give CPR to this kid.
Yeah.
People are just, and this is private property. You see the sign right there in a boat arena, and they're just brawling. This is insane to me. Absolutely insane. Now, I don't know if because I don't think she knew what she was doing, obviously. If that's truly what happened, but some kids are just dumb nowadays and didn't realize. But I think he got knocked out is what it was. So she had no idea what she was doing. Thank you, Alicia. I was about to throw that up. But yeah, this is nuts, folks.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers.
These are I call them kids because they're way younger than we are. But I don't know. A couple of them look older than that. But you'll see at some point, one kid just walks over and clocks this other kid, knocks him out. They're what the hell are these guys doing nowadays? This is not what you should be doing. But yeah, it started off as a party and it turned into, they called it a riot. It just looks like a giant party. You see this girl over here. She's just kind of like drinking whatever she's drinking, watching, not doing nothing, moving out of the way. What the hell are you guys doing? I mean, it's just so ridiculous. I hope he was okay too. I think he just got knocked out cold, and being uneducated, she had no idea what she was doing and started doing that because the kid turned over at one point, I believe. But anyway, this other guy will walk over here. This kid gets off the boat. He gets knocked out. It's stupid. Yeah, right. She's the only one over here, in my opinion, that's being somewhat intelligible by staying the hell away from it. But it's nuts.
And we're back here for you on.
See what I mean?
Whoa,
Like,
was that a little bitty kid?
no, I don't think he was little. I think
Hold on.
made a mustache.
No, right there.
Oh yeah, that's what they were saying. Was Grady starts talking about that there was little kids there on the boat and stuff. Like, what are you guys doing? Grow up.
Yeah.
I'm live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. Next up, let's go out to Polk County, Florida. Sheriff Grady Judd giving an update. Over the weekend, there was a party that got out of hand, and now police are saying that it turned into a riot, and they have video from that party that went terribly wrong really fast. Let's bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Problem that we have done everything in the world we could to correct. We started out with education. In addition to education, we tried to be friendly.
Poor Grady's starting to age. You can see it. This man's probably been through hell and back, but he's the man. He is the man, I'm telling you.
We tried to coach. We tried to counsel. We pled. We begged. We did everything we could in order to get people to comply on the lakes, on the chain of lakes, and specifically Lake Winterset, and even more specifically an area they call the Point. We realize you go out on the boat to have fun. We realize you go out to be with your family. But there's a few people who do things that's so outrageous that it shocks the community. And let me give you some examples of conduct that we saw prior to just this weekend. And at one point in time, I did a video or a piece and showed a picture of someone defecating in someone's yard. And I got all of this, oh, but they were in the bushes and all that. You're in somebody's backyard going to the bathroom. And then we've got these pictures. Okay. Now, I don't know if he's saying, hey, let me help you out of the tree. The private property sign, I guess they thought that was only for the bird. Maybe you should say, hello, Mom, what do you think? Or this is up close and personal. Or what about this? What are you doing? You playing hide and seek? That's interesting.
I love this guy so much. Hide and seek. Yes, we know what that is. Trigger warning. That is definitely something you shouldn't be doing in public, but these people don't seem to care anymore. And oh my God, Grady Judd.
I looked away and missed something.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe she's saying, do you need a beer? But she's whispering it to him real quiet like. You know what I'm saying? So this conduct is happening in the middle of the afternoon in people's backyards where they're trespassing, or on a boat where she's standing in the water adjacent to people's homes.
What's up, Willie?
Where there are people who are trying to enjoy their own life, where there are people with children, and this kind of sexual activity is happening in the public. So we've tried to work with people, but the game's over. And I'll tell you why the game's over. I want to show you this sign.
Good.
What we're going to talk about today happened on a lot where we had at least 15 of these signs. It's in an area of a vacant lot where they pull up to, and instead of staying in the water, where there's a loophole, as long as their feet are in the water, they can be at your back door. But then they get up onto people's property. You see, this sign says, by order of the sheriff. This is not a suggestion. So a week ago, we received a 911 call where there were a group of individuals wants to be, again, being raucous and out of control and fighting. By the time the deputies arrived, they had fled. We chased down one boat, and there were two people there that said, hey, yeah, a couple of guys had a fight, but it's broken up and it's cool, and they wouldn't cooperate. But our Marine Patrol folks, who are the very best, got into this investigation because they created a significant disturbance once again. So I want to tell everyone, so mom and dad and friends can be very impressed. Here's who we've arrested. Now, let me go over this for you.
So mom and dad can be impressed.
People were at one time friends.
What'd you say, Bear?
He said so mom and dad can be impressed.
Exactly. That's why I love him. He's so awesome. I didn't see that, Willie. The person Dylan saw she felt was unthreatening. Wow. Of course. Even more. Gotta love it. I know, dude.
Yep.
I've been looking for the docs since last night. We can't get them as of yet, so I'll get those reports, folks, and we'll be going over them. But they're doing what they can do. They're giving them to mainstream media first because they know that they'll run the correct narrative with them, and then we'll get them and we'll be able to pull them apart. Yeah, and I know what you're saying now in the report that Enton had. Yes, Frodo read them the way he wanted to read them.
And apparently back in March, there's a local bar called the El Rodeo Bar where a fight occurred and there were some criminal charges filed. Well, some of the group didn't like the fact that there were criminal charges filed, and we're looking into tampering with evidence. But now, a week ago, at this disturbance, these folks kind of ended up at the point. And it started with talking to each other and screaming and hollering at each other. And then they got to fighting up on the land. Oh, they were fighting. If you can see where part of the scrum occurred, there's one guy laying on the ground, knocked out, between two of our no trespassing signs. So our investigation took us to arrest them. Now we have Tim Gooding here. He's our sucker puncher. You know, he'll run up behind you and knock you out cold. He knocked another person out into the water. In addition to that, this Jack&Lilly, who's 19, we charged him by affidavit a couple of months ago when he called up Uber Eats, ordered some beer, and walked through people's yard.
Thank you, Willie. Appreciate that, brother, very much.
Out to the road to get the beer to go back to the lake. Listen to me, folks. This is long past a joking matter. We've coached, we've pled, we've begged, and once again, you see what we got. A bunch of kids have gone to jail. These guys are 23, 19, 21. Richard's 40. He's way old enough to know better.
Oh, geez.
22, 21, 21, and 17. Gavin Gooding is Tim Gooding's juvenile brother. So he picked up, in addition to riot, disorderly conduct, affray, he got a contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Nate Land, and once again, all these folks were friends at one time. The bottom line to this is you go, oh, what's the big deal? I want you to think about this. I want you to think that you go home this afternoon or this weekend, and you're in your backyard, and these folks, whether they're in boats or vehicles, pull up to the edge of your property, put on their music to blast, using the F word, with your children there, and that goes on all afternoon. And then they roll out in a big mob into your yard and fight. And, you know, if you're not fighting, you can do other things that start with an F. In the yard. Now, I'm going to give you one last one.
Get him, Grady, get him.
Our Marine Patrol people are going to be out there. Some you're going to see, some you're not going to see. But write this down in your little book. We're going to put people in jail this weekend for conduct that we previously tried to warn you about. So go home and get your bond money together right now. You can carry it in your pocket. It'll help you get out of jail quicker. We're going to take you to jail, but also bring enough money because we're going to tow your truck. We're going to tow your car. We're going to tow your wave runners. We're going to lock y'all up until you figure out that you can't misbehave in the community, that you can't fight, that you can't knock people unconscious. It's over, folks. It's over.
You can win big.
You've taken advantage of our good nature of trying to allow people to enjoy the waterway, because I think it's important that you're with your family on the water doing
Yes, we do.
But when a group of these knuckleheads want to disrupt everyone else using the lake, that's not happening. Now, if you have 3 brain cells, you can read a no trespassing sign. When it says by order of the sheriff, that isn't a suggestion. And by the way, I want you to know this. If you want to go knuckle busting and create permanent brain injuries, or the ability to have a permanent brain injury, you can knuckle bust, you can create brain injuries to each other, but you have to do it on your own property without creating a disturbance to your neighbors. It's over, folks. I think I've said that enough. So the conduct is reprehensible, and obviously you don't believe us when we try to warn you. So you have unleashed the teeth of the dog, and now we're going to start biting you, just like we bit these guys here. Okay? Any questions? Okay, now let me show you the video. You may have more questions. Here's the video. Oh, there's the first one.
Why is there a 40-year-old man in the mix with a bunch of teenage kids? First off, that's one.
I was getting ready to say something.
Second off, these kids don't even know how to fight. This is ridiculous. And then you got Run DMC over here with this damn gold thing around his neck. Like, look, these kids are just idiots, complete total idiots. And then we got Grandpa in the midst of them. That's probably the leader, 40 or 40 years old. Like, grow the fuck up. This is insane to me. It truly is.
You're probably right, Alicia.
Probably was their supervision. He was doing a great job there too, right? Or and he said he's got the boat, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you got the boss here screaming at everybody. It's enough. It's enough. Okay, now that people are getting knocked out, yeah, that's enough.
Right.
Quiet, sweetheart. Just grow up and leave. That's the biggest thing. This is the only one with any brains over here with the blonde standing out of the way. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? You know? And Captain Tattoo over here, he's covered head from head to. I wonder if this is the old guy because he looks old.
No, because I think the old guy is the one on the far right in the gray.
Right here?
Yeah.
No, that's the guy that's knocking everybody out. Watch. This guy here. Watch. Yeah, he's the one that swings on this kid that slides off the boat over here, and he just turns. Kid has no idea. He just turns around and sucker punches him, knocks him out again. It's guys, these people are just insane. Don't mention the little 4 or 5-year-old that was just standing there watching that. That's what I'm talking about. Grow up. That's what she needs to see. You know? It's ridiculous.
Hey, Kane.
Launch him out into the water.
What's up, Kane?
There's lots of children around. One on the boat, watching all of that nonsense. At the end of the day, you're going to jail this weekend, just like these guys did. We're going to load you up.
Sheriff, your office recommended the county set up a swim area, vessel exclusion zone there. The county unanimously voted to approve it. It sounds like somewhere in the state, FWC either held that up or rejected it.
What happens when you pass the county ordinance, and our Board of County Commissioners have been tremendous. We asked for a swim zone so we could help monitor this. They unanimously passed it. It has to be filed with the Secretary of State before it takes effect. They sent it to the Secretary of State. They had some questions about it. They sent it over to FWC. FWC had some questions. FWC has sent it back to the county. My attorneys are meeting with the county attorneys today in order to see what it is that the state wants tweaked so we can put that in place. We're also going to work with the county to see if we can enhance the noise ordinance on the lake as well. We are doing what we can. We have historically tried to warn, to educate, because we want families together on our lakes having a good time together. But these kind of knuckleheads here doing this stuff just disrupts everything. And then you get in people's backyard. Look at this line of boats that's up to someone's backyard. Now imagine that. Imagine you're home this weekend and you can supplant cars for boats, and all of a sudden they pull up to the back property line of your house and blare their music and drink beer. How you doing?
What's up, Kane? Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for jumping in with us.
Like that. And how is it good for the child on the boat to see that behavior? And it's a blessing that the guy was only knocked unconscious, that he did not sustain some significant injury or permanent injury.
Is it true there's no noise ordinance on boats?
Welcome, Matt.
It's a
Hey, Matt.
correct. We cover cars, we cover houses. Boats are more complicated because noise on a lake can skip and travel across the lake. So we have not had the need in the past, because when we asked people to turn the music down, they would turn the music down. But we have gotten to the point where some just don't want to comply with the law, so we're going to strengthen the law. But we've got plenty of laws. But these warnings and these education opportunities are going to turn into citations and physical arrest.
You said you have put out several warnings. How often are you guys?
I agree. I think a lot of us know and have followed Grady throughout the years.
Mhm.
I used to say he should run for president. I like this guy a lot. He has no bullshit, period. And he takes it on. He is cleared up so many different like drug houses and trafficking situations. And so, I mean, the dude is nonstop busy, and I love this guy. And he's getting to the point where, sadly, he's probably going to have to retire eventually. And I don't want to see that happen, because this guy here single-handedly, I swear to God, has brought this area of Florida in check like you wouldn't believe. And when he's gone, God forbid. I'm telling you, he needs to run for president. He's awesome.
Every weekend.
And is this like the first time we've actually gotten video?
No. I mean, here's pictures that the neighbors have sent us. We've got all kinds of pictures. We got pictures of people popping a squat in their hedges.
Oh.
Is that okay? Is that okay? Well, if you're a moron that thinks it is, you're a moron. And if you have trouble understanding what a moron is, look in the mirror and you can see one.
Sure, a lot of people stay in the water. Are they going to still be allowed to pull up there?
When this ordinance passes, no. In these swim zones, they can only swim there.
Amen, Elisa.
Those will have to stay out of the swim zones. And that's part of what we're waiting on now. That will give us additional tools to deal with the issue.
So right now, as long as they're people in the water, they can be in that area.
Absolutely.
To clarify, there have been signs, but this sign is different because it says.
No, this sign's not. There's been other signs, but we went in a while back on this man's property and helped install these signs to try to keep people out of or off of his property. And I'll be the first to tell you, someone gets hurt on this property, they'll try to sue this man. They'll try to sue him. Oh, I got hurt on your property. Well, I got 15 signs up, he's going to say. Why did you trespass? Well, I can assure you of one thing. You put one toe on that land this weekend, you're going to jail. You stand in the water and put your finger up on that dry land, and you're going to jail.
Sheriff, do you have an ETA on when the ordinance will be worked out?
We've been working on this ordinance for a long time. Government does not work quickly. People who work for government have a 20 or 25-year retirement plan, and sometimes they want to use every bit of it before they get something done. I can tell you our Board of County Commissioners worked rapidly on it. Our county attorney worked rapidly on it. And now we're working through the government nuances, which is okay. But I would tell you now we're closer to having it done than we ever have been in the past.
These issues pop up every year around summer, or is this something?
Oh, year-round, because Florida is a year-round state on the water.
You see a lot of open containers in the photos. I mean, you guys are going to be enforcing the open containers?
We're going to enforce everything. Now, it's not against the law to pass gas in public. If it were, we'd arrest you for that too. But there's not going to be any more warnings. You're through and past our good nature. So plan to be arrested. Bring lots of bond money, because if you violate the law here, you're going to jail.
Do
you have an average number of arrests you guys have made this past summer?
We've not made a lot of arrests. We've done a lot of education and a lot of warning and a lot of pleading. And the reality of it is, what you don't see here are families trying to enjoy this lake. They're trying to ski. They're trying to use their wave runners. They're obeying the law. And then you have people that are doing this sort of nonsense. Now, there's more investigation to occur. There's more criminal charges. I'm sure we're still identifying some of the people that were up on the property. But we've got the primary agitators right here. And now they've gone to jail.
So the two people that you guys were able to stop before they all fled, are they on the record?
Yes, they are. I believe they're on this graphic too. And once again, there's other investigation, or this investigation is still ongoing. All right. So you can start on the lake this weekend and get you a nice suntan before we lock you up in the jail where we don't have any sun lamps. See y'all later.
Thanks so much.
Mm-hmm.
Polk County Sheriff.
I love him. Absolutely love him. He's awesome.
That was fun.
Does not play no matter what. And that whole fight, that's such a joke. Such a joke. Welcome, Steve. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I'm glad that you're here with us. Hopefully it does help keep your mind off of things, bro. Hopefully it does. All right, guys, let's check this out and then laugh a little bit. And after this, then we will get out of here after the fact. As we all know, like I said early on, we sadly lost Malcolm Jamal Warner. And Mum Bear found this. It was the final video he put out before passing away, sadly, due to tragically drowning. So we're going to check this out.
There you go. If you're playing it, we can't see it or hear it.
Why does that keep doing that?
I don't know.
Try this again.
So I'm having a moment right now. It's a moment of extreme gratitude. There are people showing up for me in a way that makes me a little emotional. And I don't even talk about what the thing is, but people are showing up for me, and not that I should be surprised, because these particular people would be people who would show up for me because that's just the kind of people they are. But it still doesn't negate the I don't know, the gratitude, the whatever emotions it brings up, being touched in my heart and my soul. It's just really cool. And it makes me think about, it wants me to share, be a good person, right? Be good to others, be of service, do good for other people, treat other people right, treat other people good. Because there's part of a self-serving part of that, because it makes you feel good to do something good for other people. You should always keep that in mind. Like, you want to feel good. Like, you want to feel good about something. You feel down and in the funk about something. I know I said a couple of posts ago, I talked about being gratitude. Being a state of gratitude can pull you out of that. But you know what also works, a really active thing, is do something for someone else. You can't help but feel good. And Not that you do it for things in return, but I guess the icing, the extra value in that is that people will show up for you, and people will show up for you when you need them to. Just like, I mean, if we could, if everyone in this world could keep in the forefront of their mind being of service to other people and treating other people good, this world would be such a better fucking place.
Amen.
Right?
Yep.
So have gratitude and do something good for somebody else. That's my message. But I'm just in the state of gratitude.
Hey, Lucy.
For people who are looking out for me and showing up for me. And if you happen to be one of those people watching this, you know who you are. And I thank you. That's it. Be good.
Malcolm Jamal Warner just passed away at the age of 54, and I want to talk about his career for a little bit because his on-screen presence meant a lot to me. Malcolm got his start in show business doing community theater at the age of 9 years old, where he played in Alice Is That You, where he was a Tin Man. It was at this moment where he fell in love with acting. The process of casting Theo for The Cosby Show was a bit tedious because Cosby was looking for somebody who married his son Ennis. He was looking for somebody who was 15 years old and 6'2" at the time, and that was hard to find. So in comes Malcolm, the very last person to audition, and he impresses everybody except for Bill Cosby. Now, Cosby obviously saw the potential, but he didn't like Malcolm's portrayal of Theo. He thought it was very smart alecky and mature beyond his years. So Cosby asked him, "Would you talk to your dad this way?" And Malcolm responded, "No." And that's when Cosby said, "Rework it and come back." Malcolm was an executive producer for the PBS series The Magic School Bus, where he also voice acted as the character of the producer. In 2015, Jamal received the Grammy for Best Traditional R&B Performance alongside Layla Hathaway and Robert Glasper for the song Jesus Children. If you haven't heard this, it's amazing. Malcolm Jamal Warner has done a lot of different things with his career, but the reason why we keep talking about Theo Huxtable in The Cosby Show is because Theo Huxtable has one of the most groundbreaking and realistic character arcs for any teenage black boy in television history. In seasons 1 through 2, Theo's about 14 years old, and he's hinted for having dyslexia. Now, he's having your typical teenage boy problems, but one thing he's facing is not measuring up to the achievements of his siblings. Seasons 3 through 4 is when he starts to come to grips with his dyslexia, and he no longer uses excuses anymore for his growth of learning. This is where we see him get a tutor, and he starts to gain his confidence for learning. Seasons 5 through 6 is dealing with Theo getting accepted to college and mentoring younger students. The campiness of his character eventually shifts to a more serious tone. And it all comes full circle in seasons 7 through 8 when Theo graduates from college, teaches students with learning disabilities, applying what he learned to help other students. Malcolm as Theo was one of the most human characters that we had ever seen on screen for a black sitcom. His character dealing with dyslexia on a show this popular was just not a common topic in the black household. Malcolm and Eddie ran for 4 seasons, and this is a show that I really enjoyed because these two couldn't have been more polar opposite, but they had this great chemistry that provided plenty of laughs. Malcolm Jamal Warner was a legend, and I appreciate everything that he contributed to. May this king rest in peace.
Yeah, that was another sad loss. He was very talented, and he was a big part of my childhood too, growing up with The Cosby Show.
Mm-hmm.
I loved that show every Thursday night. Wait, what the hell? Hang on a minute.
What?
There's a video that came out that says there's 9 beloved Cosby Show actors who tragically passed away. 9.
Wow.
That's what? Hang on. That can't be right. They probably clickbait of some sort. I remember Cliff's dad, he was older. The one girl, Michelle Thomas, yeah. They have, I hate when they clickbait shit. It drives me nuts. Then it gets you to look at it. Lena Horne, she was aged and passed away from natural causes. Sammy Davis Jr. wasn't a full cast member. He passed away from natural causes. See, that's what I thought. No, they had a picture of remember Bud from Bud?
Yeah.
and Rudy. All of the people they're showing are people that did cameos. and they're not actual cast members. So I
was
hate
gonna say, hold
that's
up.
ridiculous. They clickbait shit. Anyway, all right, guys. So that is gonna do it for that. Let's see if we can get a couple laughs in and then get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it's my nap time before I gotta go work.
Okay. Just a shoe. What's up, buddy? Excuse me.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Jesse said, looks like Mama Bear is back in action. I said, well, kinda. When I can.
She tries, that's for sure. All right, let's see what's funny here. All right, guys. Didn't one of the Power Rangers? Oh, yes. On we go.
What did you say earlier?
This is so good.
Oh.
Guys, should you post family?
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice try, buddy.
Just be quiet.
Oh, it's gonna be bad.
No, snap.
Ow, on both ends.
Oh,
Oops.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I didn't. You're gonna break the wall. Oh, no. You're gonna break the wall.
Bruh.
Oh my god. How'd you even manage that?
We got 8 minutes till midnight. Look at Mariah with that leg. Ah, she dropped it.
Oh, no.
Get set. Go.
Oh, I'm scared.
Oh, that's gonna be bad. Woo.
It's supposed to stop.
Oh.
Dang, was that a fall or a performance art?
Ow. He's cute. They tried.
Yep.
Oh, Lord, reach, babe. That's crazy. Oh.
Go, get him.
Whoops.
What the hell?
Did you forget how gravity works?
trying not to touch the water. Too late. That was smart.
The other way, Bubba.
What is she doing?
Get on your back, Bubba.
Face first. No.
Holy smokes, are you auditioning for a comedy show?
Egg writing. No, I want my snack. I want my snack. Give me my snack.
He had a real good grip.
That baby would not let him go. Going down.
Do you need a map back to balance?
What the hell?
Sheesh.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, is that a dive or a slip and slide?
What is he doing?
3, 2, 1.
Oops. How many times can one person fall today?
Head? No, the whole sign. Watch for pedestrians.
Bruh.
Was that part of the choreography?
Oh no. Oh.
Funny story. We have a place like that here. And we took the kids and yeah. So these things here that you swing on, you're supposed to be able to walk across them to get from one side to the other.
Mm-hmm.
So I think their balance is balanced out for kids. Well, I mean, I've seen adults on them, but it didn't work for me. So I stepped on the first one, which was just like this. And you're supposed to kind of move them towards the next one, and then you step onto it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was holding on to the rope. I had a rope here and a rope here. One behind me, one in front of me, and I'm kind of moving a little bit, rocking. And as I went to take a step, the whole thing flipped backwards, and I went head first, upside down, straight down into those things. I thought I was drowning. And then to try to get back up out of there, because I was head first in it, there's nothing to grab hold of. You're just pushing these things down as you're coming out of it, trying to get out of there. You'd have probably pissed yourself laughing. I'll just about put it right there. Otherwise, it was bad. My grandkids loved it though.
Oh, I bet.
That hurt.
Whoa. What are you doing, dude?
Oh boy, what were you even trying to do?
Poor little guy. What is he on? How did she get in there?
Goodness, are you okay or are we laughing first?
Hey, Carl. Yeah, Sarge was here yesterday. Oh.
Wait, hold on.
It's covered in moss. It's gonna be slippier.
Whack-a-mole, whack-a-mole.
Crikey, how did the floor even attract you like that?
That's gonna be bad.
Another year. Well,
Hey, there's
I guess
Ghost.
that was a perfect timing. So
Yikes. Did
The
you
hell are
just
those?
invent a new sport?
Well, that looks like Ghost.
Nope.
Whoops.
We're gonna deposit the ground.
Okay, so this is what we do when my mom's away.
Io ti sfigia.
Ouch! Is the ground okay?
Oh. Jesus. Nope, them things are dangerous as hell. No. You're going down. Oh! God. Ow.
That hurt.
All right. Hang on. Sorry, I clipped it off. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to stop something. Damn it. I'm having too many technical issues today. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
Oh, that's not a good idea.
Not even close. Hey, there's this.
No.
Whoa. Oh, no. Yeah, I knew that was coming.
You could hear it.
Yep. Bye-bye, buddy. Holy shit.
Wow.
I'm gonna pick him up off the ground. It looks nice.
Yeah.
Oh. Jesus. What are you doing, little girl? Oh.
Was that a wig?
Yes. Yes, that was a wig. Spit out the harmonica, dude.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah, show off. Wait. Just wait. Yep, like I said. It was a moped.
Is it a moped or is it an e-bike?
It looked like a moped.
Oh, no.
Where's the time?
Oh! Zoink, Scoob. Oh, poor baby. What the hell? What are you doing, Molly? Cats are insane.
And there you go. Oops.
Aw.
Get out of water. Good ball. Well done, Daniel.
Oh, ouch.
Oh,
What the hell?
oh shoot. The fainting goat.
Fainting goat. That cracks me up when they do that.
I got
The first time.
Oh, geez, puppy. Slayed her like a slug. Good God.
Oh,
Getting a bath from a cow.
he bit the cow's tongue.
Capitan! What's that?
Really? I don't want to walk anymore. Just drag me home, Dad. Oh, it's gonna go bad. Like I said. Ew, what is that?
I don't know. Don't want to know.
Vale. ¿Preparados? ¿Listos? ¡Ya!
Oh, Jesus. Nice.
Once you get us in here, and absolutely. Oh my God, Johnny, are you okay?
No, his back hurts. Jeez, dude.
That move belongs in a blooper reel.
I'm gonna put down some. Is that ice? Oh, the ocean. Oh shit! Where'd you go, bud? There you are. Good God.
Wow.
Did I just hop?
No, hot little snap. Uh-oh. This looks like regret loading.
Oh.
Knocked her right out of her shoes. Oh my God. She's cute.
Ew.
Ow.
Oh,
Did you get it, buddy?
Did he just cartwheel in chaos?
What the hell? The dog.
Nope. Nope.
Nice try.
Hold up. Did he just backflip into failure?
Jump.
Oh.
Oh no.
Jesus.
Oh,
Little,
oh, no,
oh,
no,
get away
no.
from the edge. Get away from the edge. Get away from the edge. God, that makes me nervous.
Seriously.
You had to know that wasn't going to go right.
Well, this cannot be comfortable.
Oh my God, really?
How does one fall asleep like that?
That kills me. Little ones like that fall asleep anywhere they're standing.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! Oh no! No! No!
Hey.
Whoa.
Dogs can swim, people. Calm
Right.
down. Oh.
Whoa. Oh. Ouch. Oh, look at the pretty kitty. Whoa. Oh, he's mad because he was petting the dog.
Uh-huh.
What the hell? Oh, I remember them days. We used to do that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
We wouldn't use shovels. We'd use slow sleds, but...
Right.
Też kompletny meal.
Phew, that could have been worse.
Duh.
Oh, it's on. It's here.
Oh, yeah, you think? Look.
Dang, his old body clocked out early.
Can't up save his life. Here, I'll take the pizza. Jesus. Oh, that's cute. It's easier to bring it to the puck. There you go.
Goal!
That is too cute.
Oh.
Bye, bunny.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah.
Maybe not. How is this guy doing?
What?
The hell is that?
I don't know, but that was wild.
It was very weird. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for today. Thank you, Mama Bear, for joining us again. I hope you guys enjoyed it today. Except for the sad parts, of course. But hopefully I'll see you guys here very soon. Have a great rest of your day. For those of you that I won't see, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, folks, please. And please don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. We will see you guys very, very soon. Take care, y'all.
Bye, guys. I'll probably see you in a couple days or so.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.